gently wander through the troubles of telly and the bombast of broadcasting. Remember, if you see anything on the telly that annoys and upsets you, then all you have to do to alleviate the pain is write to emailbag@rte.ie, and if your magnificent correspondence is read out, then you get for yourself a Ray D'Arcy show mug to use and abuse. It's more than those poor divils on Gumblebooks get. Remember, Uncle Arthur is the original and best place to voice your anxieties about the bloopers of broadcasting. Now, first up today is John in Cork, who has a perennial grumble about Operation Transformation. And it's not that we had to see Gerald Keane in the library. Go on.
Hello, Arthur. Why does Operation Transformation insist on using stones and pounds when the rest of the country uses kilograms? Please, use the metric system. John in Cork.
Well, I think Gerald Keane wants to be weighed in euros and cents, but that would be a bit vulgar, so they stuck to the old money. But don't take my word for it. Here's what the folks in Operation Transformation had to tell us.
Dear John, thank you so much for your inquiry. Our experience of producing Operation Transformation for the last 9 seasons is that the Irish public still use stones and pounds as their preferred system of measurement when it comes to their weight and on the scales. Just like we still go to the shops for a pint rather than half a litre of milk. It's hard to imagine Catherine Thomas getting excited at a weigh-in and saying, "That is a weight loss of just 0.9 kilograms." It just doesn't have the same ring to it.
Catherine Thomas getting excited. Ooh, I need a lie down after that. Go on anyway.
However, Operation Transformation will not be expecting our viewers to start using old money, driving in miles, or playing records on a turntable anytime soon.
Sounds like a normal day in the Murphy household. Keep going.
Also, we do use kilograms on the show, as we convert the amounts of stones and pounds to kilograms on our on-screen graphics and on the OT website each week. If any of the email bag listeners would like to apply to be a leader in Series 10 of Operation Transformation, please go to rte.ie/OT and remember that you can start following the OT plan at any stage by logging on now.
Thanks for that, folks. Now, Daniel. Daniel has issues about a cooking show on Irish TV.
Hi. I would like your comments on the filming of Irish TV's Cooking with Trefoil programme. The chef was preparing and cutting a rabbit. During most of the cutting, when Paul was explaining what he was doing and how to do it, you had a perfect view of Paul's upper chest, but no rabbit to be seen.
I'm not sure which is more off-putting.
Later on, he was chopping something, but you could only admire a lovely hand-painted pot filled with kitchen utensils behind which the chopping took place. On another occasion, Paul was, I think, dressing a dish, but again, it was done behind a hand-painted jug. Maybe somebody should tell the person behind the camera that when a chef is preparing a dish, especially a mouth-watering one like the rabbit, the viewer would like to see how the dish is made rather than looking at the chef's upper body and various kitchen paraphernalia. Regards, Daniel.
Good point. Now let's see what Paul has to say. Or should I say, what's up, Doc?
It's great to hear feedback from our show. You are dead right, the wrong angles were used, but thankfully that has all been remedied since that series of over 2 years ago. My shows are now being produced by a professional production company and the response is amazing. You'll be able to see my 2 brand new shows when Irish TV launches imminently on Sairview, where I will be travelling down the Shannon and cooking recipes from my own home in Trevo's kitchen.
Thanks for that, Paul. You definitely can rev it on. Finally, Celine is annoyed with Sharon de Violon on 6-1. How on earth can anyone be cross with my Sharon? Go on, though, we're in a broad church.
Can someone please ask Sharon maybe on 6-1 to pronounce police as police and not police? Don't mind about the mug, just give Sharon the nod.
No, the mug is yours. Remember, email back at rte.ie for all your notes and queries, and a Ray D'Arcy show mug will be yours to keep your goldfish in. Me, well, I'm off to the Trocadero now for a low-calorie past with Gerald Keane. I don't care if it's pounds or euros. He's paying. Yes, he is. Bye.
Thanks very much, Arthur. Lisa Garvey, before you go, have you got a YouTube story?
My YouTube story is when I used to be a runner on the Late Late Show, and they were on doing a tribute, I think it was to Ronnie Drew at the time, and I met him backstage, and he was running, he goes, "Did you hear our performance? Were you in the studio, were you watching it?" And I said, "Oh, I did hear it, yeah, it was, he goes, "How did it sound?" I went, "Very good," and then he walked out, and he was delighted, so that was the stupid thing I said to Bono.
3 videos for one, you know what I mean? You two played a pub venue in Clare when starting out, so not the usual Friday night Cayley click left. The pub owner later commenting he wouldn't have them again. Couldn't get a crowd. That's what happened, Clare. And Ira, I've never been to U2, but back in the 80s, along with 3 other members of the Naas Falcons Parachute Club, we were flying over Dublin City en route to perform a skydive display over Clontarf, landing outside the yacht club. Anyway, we flew over Croke Park where the boys had played the night before. My abiding memory is Croke Park resembled a giant trash can. Even from 1,000 feet, it looked impressive, says Tommy Nolan. And what's this one? I love you too. I've only ever been to their pub bar tour, and I completely loved it. When I get talking to people from other parts of the world and the topic of music comes up, I always talk about you too. It's quite difficult to pick a favourite song. Every Breaking Wave from their recent album, yeah. Elevation, yeah. Are 2 immediate songs that come to mind. It's very Limerick. I'm sure you shift every day with your allegiances to songs. Anyway, at number 4, as voted by you today, the greatest songs, U2 songs of all time. At number 4 is this one.
Arena, 10th of November. If you would like to go along, we're playing board. We haven't played it in a little while. We usually do it on a Friday, but I've been away a few Fridays for some reason or other. So board is back. If you've never heard of it before, it's very simple. It's the radio equivalent of Graham Norton's Big Red Shirt.
And other drivers get frustrated by that caution or going too slow or, you know, getting caught behind an elderly driver that's leaving a big gap.
Yeah, that can happen, but you know, our message is to allow this to happen, because driving slower, particularly in urban areas, is you know, a lot safer foremost, but also it creates a smoother traffic flow. You know, we're already racing up to the next set of traffic lights in major built-up areas, so driving a lot slower and allowing the people to take their time does actually help with traffic flow. Everyone will get there, you know, not at the same time, then possibly even a little bit quicker. And obviously, you know, we realise there can be some frustrations on the road and things like that, but you know, on the whole, I'd say probably it's helping with the traffic safety and the traffic flow.
One of the gentlemen in that report sounded like he was approaching 70, and then he needs his eyes retested for his exam in Ireland, and approaching with some trepidation. So this is a big moment. Am I allowed to stay on the road? Why is it so big? What's at stake?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, we all live in now what we term in the business a hyper-mobile society. So one where, you know, we've often lived quite far away from other family and from friends, don't have the shops and services they once had. So it's more and more vital to have the car to access these daily things, and it becomes such an important thing to reduce things like loneliness and isolation that you can understand, older people starting anxious about the continuation of being able to do that. There's also a sort of psychosocial element, as we call it, a thing whereby, the car is a symbol of freedom, of independence, of staying young, of still being connected with society. It's something that, you're still part of everyday life. It's a norm in this day and age to be able to drive, and having to hand over the keys, perhaps as a signal that, you might be approaching the end. I've had older participants talk to me about that sort of feeling of that happening in later life.
Okay, Dr. Musselwhite, Dr. Charles Musselwhite, thank you for speaking to us this afternoon. Associate Professor at Swansea University Centre for Innovative Ageing. Their study found that older motorists are safe on the roads. Your thoughts on that? 53106, please, or at News Talk Drive.
It's an interesting one, Chris, because I would automatically have thought that elderly drivers are less safe on the road. Part of the main problem, or the problem that you mentioned, is that they go slow and you get so frustrated behind them. But I suppose that makes me the unsafe one, doesn't it? Because I can't control my own impatience.
Yeah, I saw an elderly driver in the last month just chop a corner, in terms of chop a corner, come straight across and cut it in half. And so then you go, oh, elderly people aren't safe on the road. And then I thought about my driving history, and I thought, that's the first time I've ever seen an elderly driver chop a corner. How many times have I seen young lads do it? How many times have I seen drivers of 10, 15 years run a red light? How many times have I seen all drivers do something dangerous? I've actually once seen elderly. I've got behind them dozens of times, and I'm like, ah!
The unsafe driver, Chris.
But then if you weren't, and Charles said it there, where are you rushing to? The next red light.
Yeah, and that's what I find, particularly driving in the city, that if you do maybe pass them out because they're driving 30 kilometres per hour in a 60 kilometre zone, you often find, and I do test myself, I look in my own rearview mirror and often I see them catching up, and next thing they're behind me and we're both sitting at the red light together.
And the other thing is, I don't know what a collective noun for the elderly is, but in the cars you usually do see a gaggle of them, where there's one person driving and obviously gathering the gang up and going either for the bit of shopping or for whatever they're up to, whatever they get up to together. So there is that whole social thing as well that, as Dr. Musselwhite said, has a huge benefit to it in living longer.
Absolutely. Let us know what you think on 53106 or at News Talk Drive for your tweets. You're listening to News Talk Drive with Chris Donahue and Sarah McInerney. It is 4:33 and we're going out to Limerick, where baby boxes are going to be distributed to all mothers of newborns born in the University Maternity Hospital down there from today. The idea comes from Finland, where they've been used for over 70 years, and they're credited there with reducing infant deaths, which is now the lowest in Europe in Finland. To discuss this, I'm joined on the line by Dr. Jerry Bergen, consultant obstetrician and gynaecologist and clinical director for maternal and child health in University Maternity Hospital Limerick. Dr. Burke, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Sarah.
So, as I said, they've been used in Finland for over 70 years. Why are we looking at trying to start it up in Ireland now, and why Limerick?
Well, I suppose that, things can spread slowly enough. There are, there are costs and there are distribution issues involved. But in our case, our new consultant, Dr. Mandy Narrow, Dr. Narrow, you see pictures over on our UHL's Twitter account. She worked in the well-known Queen Charlotte Hospital in London, where they recently introduced that. And she came to us about a year ago, and she brought this idea with her that we would give a baby box to our patients in Limerick. So there is a company in the United States, baby box company, that is involved in this.
Okay, and
so we've taken some comments to do it here.
So what exactly are these boxes? What do they look like? What comes with them?
So it's a big, colourful cardboard box with a mattress and a cover that you can wash. And it provides a very safe sleeping environment for a newborn baby up until about 6 months.
if you go on the website, if you Google it, you'll see the Finnish one comes with lots of different gear in it as well. But the essential thing is two components. One is the baby box, and the other element is, in order to get the baby box, you have to complete a program of prenatal education online. And so our hospital has 15 2 to 3 minute videos, and you must watch these online, and that will make you, when you've done that program of education, you're then eligible for us to give you a baby box.
Okay, so which aspects of that is it then? Is it the education sorry, first of all, is the education program part of the Finnish scheme as well?
Yes, of course.
Is, okay.
Well, and clearly nowadays the prenatal education is very, very important. It's more important than the actual box itself.
And is there any evidence that putting your baby in a cardboard box like this is safer for him or her?
Well, of course, we know that some people don't use the safest practices for putting their baby to sleep. You know, one of the causes of a sudden infant death can be when the baby is put asleep in the parental bed.
Which is not recommended.
Doctors pediatricians aren't recommending doing that nowadays.
All right, but I suppose I'm just wondering for parents who may have just, or expectant parents who may have just gone out and splashed €1,000 on a new cot, and they're now hearing that they'll be getting a cardboard box, which may be better for free.
We're not saying that our cardboard box cot is way better than anything else, but we are saying that it's highly tested. It's free, and you do not have to go out and spend any money. So I think one very nice aspect of it is that every woman, rich or poor, from any background, can come into our hospital, and she will get the same thing to put her baby in when she goes home, and the hospital stamp will approve it. But we approve of this book, and we say this is a safe place to mind your baby at home. So I think there's a lot of reassurance for people in that.
All right, and it also comes with a couple of supplies to get you started with a newborn baby.
Yes, I think that these are far less important, so I haven't paid much attention to them.
Tell that to a mother in the first week.
Yeah.
Who hasn't realised the importance of wet wipes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I suppose one thing that we've learned here, some years ago we did a study on how much sleep women get after the baby's born, and in the first 48 hours of the hospital they get 12 hours on average, and it's very consistent no matter what sort of delivery they've had, what sort of room they're in, whether they're private, public patients, it makes no difference. They get about 12 hours sleep, and the number one thing that keeps them awake is their biggest concern is checking the baby. They want to check the baby because it's a newborn baby. They want to check that it's still breathing and so on. So we have a little video on our website, on the baby box, the hospital website that you can go on to, and it explains how to do CPR on a baby, for example, and there's another little video that explains to you what signs to look for in a newborn baby to get well.
All right, okay.
So the fact that the woman would have seen these before the baby is born, and that she knows when she goes home she has access to this as well as access to the hospital, that she can go back and look at this information on her phone, that's a tremendous benefit for people.
All right, Dr. Burke, because unfortunately we're running out of time on this. It's going to be 5,000 boxes rolled out in the first year. That's for patients of...
we have a concept for a year, so we have maybe 4.5.
And do you know is there any plan to go nationally with this?
There isn't at the moment, but no doubt other hospitals will express an interest in this. I imagine this sort of thing will be very successful.
All right, okay, we'll keep an eye on it. Dr. Jerry Burke, consultant obstetrician and gynaecologist and clinical director for maternal health and child health in University Maternity Hospital Limerick. Thank you very much for joining us.
I have a good friend from Finland, and it's been state policy for, I think it's nearly 80 years to give a baby box to all people when children are born. It's the lowest maternal, lowest baby death rate, infant death rate in Europe from the box, but they put stuff in it like baby grows, mittens, wipes that you talked about.
The important stuff, according to
important stuff, but they also, yeah, mittens, snowsuit, we don't really need that in Ireland, but you do in Finland, and condoms as well, just so that another baby doesn't come along sooner than you might have hoped. So it's issued with every birth in Finland.
We've got a text from Stephen Limerick on the elderly drivers issue saying, I'm 41, I've been driving for 20 years and I've had 3 accidents. 2 of those were caused by older, age 60 plus drivers. Poorer eyesight and slow reactions are a fact. Let us know what you think on 53106. Coming up after the break, are those Fitbits really helping you lose weight? We'll talk to the US professor who says they don't.
News Talk Drive with Mitsubishi's L200 Double Cab Executive, the limited edition executive model with leather seats, sat-nav and much more. MitsubishiMotors.ie.
Monday at Heino. Eamon Ryan of the Green Party tells me why Sweden wants to fix the washing machines instead of the migrant crisis. We preview the big match, Clinton versus Trump. The award-winning health check-up with Kira Kelly at 1:30. Join me.
High Noon with George Hook.
Back Monday at noon.
Do you have a mobile workforce? Do you ever wonder where they are and what they're doing? The Workforce app gives managers an easy way to see where workers are, assign them jobs in the field, and get instant feedback on their progress. Workforce enables workers to accept jobs on their smartphones, view them on a map, navigate to them, and provide real-time status updates back to the office. It helps reduce costs, increase productivity, and make customers happy. For more information, call our team on 01-869 3900. Visit myworkforce.ie.
Life is extraordinary, wonderful, unpredictable, which is why you need a health insurance that suits your needs perfectly. Now Ireland's newest health insurer, Irish Life Health, is here to help, making sure all our customers get the health insurance that's right for them and the future they deserve. Call 1890 71 6666 or visit irishlifehealth.ie. We know Irish Life. We are Irish Life Health. Irish Life Health tag is regulated by the Central Bank of Ireland.
It's Friday.
This is what Friday feels like.
And tonight's Euro Millions jackpot is an astonishing 25 million euro. Make this Friday feeling last forever. Play now via the app, in-store, or at lottery.ie. Estimated jackpot.
Your weekend starts with the Irish Times. The Men of Ireland Speak Up. A new series, How to Be a Man, seeks their views on masculinity, feminism, and everything in between. In the US, Trump's popularity remains undimmed. Simon Carswell meets his Irish supporters to find out why they're voting for Donald. And Jennifer O'Connell charts the rise and fall of Brangelina. On the weekend with the Irish Times Weekend Edition. The Irish Times, you are what you read.
This is Harry, Barry and Gary, the hottest app developers in town. Working from their bedrooms, they keep their customers happy whilst keeping their costs down. With eReceptionist, the guys have a real 01 Dublin landline number which then forwards to their mobiles. They each have their own extension linked to their personal schedule, so when Harry's on a date with Carrie, his calls forward to Gary and Barry. Want to look super professional and stay connected? Get eReceptionist instantly. Free for 30 days at eReceptionist.ie.
If organising events is what you do, this call is for you. Connect 16, for Ireland's events industry will gather under one roof for one day. Connect with industry experts and enhance your event activity. Discover new ideas in event design, production and technology. Learn new business skills. Grow your career. Be entertained with music and team building activities and taste the best of Ireland's food. Ireland, we know its potential. Do you? Connect 16 at the RDS Wednesday, September 28th. Register for free at connectshowcase.ie. This week at Centra, we have amazing offers like Centra Fresh Irish Pork Loin Roast, now half price. Coca-Cola 1.75 litre range, just €1.35. Villa Maria Sauvignon Blanc, only €10. And for this Thursday to Saturday only, our mega deal is a Centra Fresh Irish Whole Chicken 1.6 kilo, an amazing half price. Centra, live every day. Enjoy alcohol sensibly.
The Aer Lingus Great Escape sale is on now, with 1 million seats ready to take you away. Escape to North America for €209. Shop the streets of New York. Stop for tea in Boston. Listen to the Chicago Blues. Or live it up in Los Angeles. Plus loads more destinations to North America from
L200 double cab with legendary super select four-wheel drive, 3.1-ton towing capacity, and a payload of over 1 ton. MitsubishiMotors.ie.
Hello everyone. It's News Talk Drive with Sarah McInerney and Chris Donoghue. We've dealt with the elderly, let's deal with the youth now, because Kanye West has released his new Adidas runners. They're called Yeezys. They're grey and they have an orange stripe. So, Henry McKean, the intrepid reporter on this programme, spotted a load of young men camping outside a sports shop, and he wanted to know why.
I'm camping for Yeezys.
So these are Kanye West runners?
Yeah.
How much are they?
220.
Why do you want a pair of Adidas runners so much?
It's not many other people do.
So will you wear them?
Yeah, definitely.
So this is your first night camping out. You're going to be camping out again tonight. They go on sale tomorrow?
1 o'clock today. 1 p.m.
So a bit to go.
Oh, a lot to go.
How old are you?
15.
And you really want them that badly?
Oh, yeah. I want them badly for ages.
You're not wrecked sleeping out here?
I'm bollocks now, yeah. I'm really tired now.
Will you keep them or sell them on eBay?
I keep them. Just want to get the shoes. Like,
What makes them so special?
really just comfy shoes, do you know what I mean?
And you're sleeping out for 2 nights?
I'm actually here 3 nights.
You're 3 nights?
3 nights, yeah. I'm top of the list.
3 nights for runners.
You're very tired, or they're very tired, Brendan. Have you ever camped for anything?
Electric picnic, I've never...
No, I mean like trying to get
To
tickets
queue.
or... No, neither. We just don't care about anything enough.
Enough to queue for it. Alright, let's move on to Fitbits and other activity monitors, because many of you out there are hooked on them. Monitors of your daily activity, how much you've walked, how long you've slept, what you've eaten, how much water you've drank. But research that emerged from the University of Pittsburgh in the US this week said that they may actually not improve your chances of losing weight. John Jakasik is a distinguished professor and chair of the University of Pittsburgh Department of Health and Physical Activity, and I spoke to him earlier about his research. So I started by asking him to tell us just what exactly him and his team had done for 2 years and what they found.
Yeah, this is a great. Thanks for covering this important work that we're doing here. We've been very interested in how to improve weight control and actually weight loss and long-term weight loss. And the programs that are available to people have pretty good success, but there's still room for improvement. And these activity trackers present kind of an interesting opportunity for us to potentially say, hey, maybe we need to add something like this to our current programs to see if they actually improve, the effectiveness. And that's what we went in with thinking, hey, we have a pretty good program, we had an activity tracker to make it even better. Unfortunately, we found just the opposite. That adding the activity tracker to a pretty effective program actually reduced the effectiveness and actually resulted in less weight loss compared to people who never got the activity tracker.
So what went on with your subjects? There were 500 of them.
Yeah, there's about 470 of them, and they all went through this weight management program where we had regular contact with them, encouraged them to eat healthy, watch their calories, exercise more, those kinds of things. And when they lost good weight, but when we added this tracker, it seemed like it hurt the weight loss at 2-year mark. And there's probably a lot of reasons for that. We're trying to figure all that out, but we have some ideas if you want to know what those are.
Yeah, so it was half and half, was it? Half had wearable technology and half continued the program without?
That's correct. That's exactly right. And half that got the wearable technology at the end of 24 months lost about 2.5 kilograms less than individuals who never got the technology.
Okay, so they had extra access to data, or extra data was being collected on them. What are your theories as to why they lost less weight?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of potential reasons. One of those is that, when you think about weight management, weight control, and weight loss,
as the wealthy in Irish society, we close down those tax loopholes, there'll be more than enough money to pay us workers, teachers, nurses and other workers who deserve a pay rise.
And that's Richard Boyd Barrett. Fergal, before you go, you've done the round of all the thinkings, nearly all of them. Any common thread throughout?
Yeah, nobody wants an election. It's absolutely out there right in front. So the bigger parties want recovery, trying to recover their electorate. Sinn Féin and Labour want to consolidate. And the smaller parties have learned from history that a quick election decimates independence in smaller parties. Nobody wants an election.
Okay, thank you, Fergal Keane. Now it's time to review the regional newspapers. Dave O'Connell, editor of the Connacht Tribune, joins me now from Galway for our weekly ramble through. Dave, there's a sporting theme running through this week's selection, starting with a good old GA row in the Kerryman.
There sure is, John. Major row over minor welcome is the headline on their lead story, accompanied by two photographs. One is of the victorious, euphoric Kerry minor football team in Croke Park last Sunday, and the other is of a deserted Denny Street in Tralee, which would have been the scene for a homecoming celebration on Monday if only the county board had organised one. And that's what the row is over, because Stephen Fernan reports that there has been widespread outrage over the decision not to provide a welcome home for the 3-in-a-row minor champions. Instead, the football authorities have decided to delay the celebrations until Sunday week, the day after the replayed senior final, coincidentally with their celebrations in Mayo that day, when the Kerry lads will parade around Fitzgerald Stadium during a county football championship quarter-final double bill. But the problem with that is that some of the team won't be able to participate in that parade, as they'll be playing with their clubs in the senior championship that day. I have to say, in either event, the Kerryman itself certainly manages to pay due tribute to the minor heroes. They have 13 pages of coverage, including that story on the front.
And I suppose it'll be a long while before they have a senior homecoming down there. But anyway, a lovely story from the home of All-Ireland hurling champions from the Tipperary Star this week, Dave, proving that dreams really do come true.
Yeah, and staying with the All-Ireland theme, John, because back in 2004, a 3-year-old boy besotted with hurling wrote a little story for a book at that very tender age, outlining his dream of winning an All-Ireland. Owen Barry was the precocious contributor to this book of children's play stories, and last month saw that dream come true when he was part of the Tipperary panel which saw off Limerick to take the minor crown. And this week Noel Dundon is writing in the Tipperary Star on how Owen isn't just a great hurler, he's clearly a young man of some vision as well. Owen was at preschool in Neenraw Dorlasella in Thurles when he wrote his story Owen Supports His Team, and it was about a 3-year-old boy who loved hurling and who in his Neenraw used every opportunity to paint and colour everything in the red and yellow team colours of Killinall. The book, entitled Power of Play, was published by Early Childhood Ireland to show families the power of play and the power of preschool curriculum. But young Owen was always very focused on his dream. On one occasion he invited Liam Cahill, his neighbour and the former Tip All-Star hurler, to visit his small friends in the Neenraw, and there's a photograph of him standing beside him bursting with pride. So fast forward to 2016, and Owen has won an All-Ireland medal as a member of the Tipperary minor panel under the management of that same Liam Cahill.
Incidentally, can you remember what you were dreaming about at 3?
Well, it wasn't winning hurling All-Irelands with Galway anyway.
Play for Liverpool, maybe. Now, Dave, another sportsman in the news this week is in neighbouring Limerick, reflecting on a career that most people couldn't even dream of.
Yeah, we're talking now about the rugby legend Paul O'Connell, who will undoubtedly top the book charts for Christmas once his autobiography entitled The Battle hits the shops on the 6th of October. The book is ghostwritten by Alan English, the former Limerick Leader editor and now the editorial director of the paper's Umbrella Group, iconic newspapers. Now, rugby fans may remember that Alan's last ghostwriting success was the autobiography of Brian O'Driscoll, which he took up after the original project fell foul of what we might call a difference of opinion. So quite a feat for Alan. I don't know who's left for him to make it a triple crown, either maybe Johnny Sexton, but Paul himself is the subject of a piece in this week's Limerick Leader where reporter Anya Fitzgerald reveals he is thoroughly enjoying his retirement. I loved what I did, he says, but at the same time I've really enjoyed retirement. I think when you're older and ready for it, it's a lot easier to deal with. Well, fans will get to hear a lot more of him in the weeks ahead, and he'll be on the Late Late Show on October the 7th, the day after the battle hits the shelves.
We finish our review with a sad story, I suppose, Dave. The Mayo News reporting on the death of a young father, which cast a bit of a pall over the county in the days before the All-Ireland football final.
Yeah, it did, John. Declan Hastings was just 39, and he was an avid Mayo, GAA and Liverpool soccer fan. He had fought a long battle with cancer, and the Mayo News managing editor Neil O'Neill reflects on a death that has devastated Westport. Faithful Mayo supporters, I say Declan would most certainly have been in Croke Park on Sunday had his battle with illness not taken him the previous Tuesday. He was a carpenter by trade. Declan was married to Helena, and the couple had moved back to Mayo several years ago following the equally untimely death of Declan's brother Ronan. Their son Killian was born soon after, while Patrick was born earlier this year, and poignantly he was christened just 2 days before Declan's death. Now, Declan had every intention of attending Sunday's All-Ireland final in Croke Park, but fate was to deny him one last chance to see Mayo on the biggest stage of all. In fact, for the semi-final against Tipperary in August, Declan's first cousin, the former Mayo star David Brady, organised for Declan and Helena to travel to the game and back by helicopter. Thousands of people turned out for his funeral, and he was laid out in his beloved Mayo jersey in the church his son was christened in just 4 days earlier. And that same cousin, David Brady, delivered a very moving eulogy where he told the packed congregation, he's wearing a Mayo jersey now, but it's not about winning. It's not about the goals, the points or the trophies. It's about when you come off that pitch of life and look at yourself in the mirror and say, was I the best? Did I do the best? Did I leave everything out on that pitch? That for me is what Declan Hastings was, a great father, a great man, and he will be that forever.
On that poignant note, we'll leave it. Dave O'Connell, editor of the Connacht Tribune, thank you for joining us.
It's almost 5 o'clock on RTE Radio 1. Time to see how affordable a Toyota value service can be with toyotaservice.ie. There's no one better qualified to take care of your Toyota.
Time for sport. Here's Joanne Cantwell.
Thank you, John. Good evening. The wait is over. Martin O'Neill has finally signed his new deal with the FAI, months after saying he had agreed it. This deal takes him up until the end of the 2018 World Cup campaign. Our soccer correspondent, Tony O'Donoghue, has been asking both the manager and the Football Association of Ireland about this elusive contract for months now. Tony is at Oriel Park ahead of tonight's big SSE Electricity League game between Dundalk and Derry City. More on that a little bit later, but for now, Tony, it's about Martin O'Neill, who said it's no big deal. He never thought that it was an issue that he was waiting this long.
I remember when the contract extension was announced, it was the day that the Republic of Ireland arrived in their swanky Versailles headquarters ahead of the European Championship finals. And it was a press release that announced the original squad, of course. And at the time, Martin O'Neill was, I have to say, seemed to me a little bit kind of overcome by the interest the reporters had in the contract. He's been playing this down for a long time and suggesting that it's no big deal to him whatsoever.
はい、ティペラリー、カウンティティペラリーの名前になっていますティペラリー、そのままですけどもティペラリーに到着しました。数年前まではティペラリーはノースティペラリーとサウスティペラリーこう2つがあったんですけど、今は合併してマージしてるっていう一つのティペラリーだから、ティペラリーはティペラリー県で一番大きい町は実はクロンメルで、日本でいうマグナーズのサイダーの町ですね。リンゴサイダーの町で、2番目にでかいのがニーナ、高松でお世話になりましたショーン・オコナーが住んでいるニーナが2番目で、3番目が GA 発祥の地ターラス。これがいわゆるティペラリーで一番大きい町のナンバー1、2、3トップ3ですね。だからこのティペラリーって名前になってるけど、実はそのティペラリーの町自体はそんなには大きくない可愛い町です。結構交通量は多いですけどね。ここがティペラリーのメインストリート。ハーリングの時はもうここが青とイエロー、ブルー&イエローで一色になりますけど、今日はちょっと時間内でパスしますが、ティペラリーの名前のそのままのティペラリー到着です。通過いたしましてリムリック方向に向かいます。ちょうど右側にギネスのハーリングをモチーフにしたデザインがあって、これは結構昔から有名です。ウェルカムトゥーティーペル出てるでしょ。あそこなんですよ。あれが多分優勝した時なんかパレードしたって聞いたんで、 そういう感じですかね。ティペラリー、まさにティペラリーのティペラリーです。
Cork in what could well turn out to be the championship decider here. So on the one hand, players should be honoured to get a call up. Would it be nice perhaps if Darragh Horgan was called up in the provisional squad and then let go? But I guess manager Stephen Kenny would be glad that all his squad would be available to him rather than Martin O'Neill in the League of Ireland run-in, certainly, and in Europe.
Yeah, and also interesting enough, Dundalk against Cork, that rescheduled fixture which could decide the title the 11th of October, it will be live on RT2, as will tonight's game between Dundalk and Derry. Tony, I know you're working on that one. We'll be hearing from John Kenny live from Oriel Park at 6:30 as well. So Tony, thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Tony and Joanne. More sport after 5:30, but now it's just after 5 o'clock. You're listening to Drive Time with me, John Murray. Coming up between now and 7, we've that special report on pay and corporate governance at Horse Racing Ireland. We report from Beaumont Hospital on another day of no Dublin buses, and we preview Corbyn's expected second coronation, the Trump-Clinton TV debate, and in sport we put the focus firmly on Sunday's All-Ireland Ladies Football Final. But now, the news in detail with Susan Jackson.
Good evening. The Taoiseach Enda Kenny has urged management and unions at Dublin Bus to engage in talks in an effort to resolve the ongoing pay dispute. Tens of thousands of public transport users are again having to make alternative travel arrangements as workers stage the latest 48-hour work stoppage at Dublin Bus. Management has warned that the company will have lost €6 million by the end of tomorrow, pushing it into a financial deficit for the year. Earlier, SIP2 and the business group ISME called on the Minister for Transport Shane Ross to instruct management at Dublin Bus to enter negotiations without preconditions. Speaking in Cork, Mr Kenny said the strike would impact on businesses across the capital.
It's a very serious issue in respect of the bus strike. Obviously an offer was made by the Labour Court, but it is necessary that both sides would sit down and discuss the difference here. This is a very sensitive time in Ireland as we approach a major retailing period in the country. This will do untold damage to the economy of Dublin and to the retail sector in Dublin. It inconveniences hundreds of thousands of people.
The Minister for Transport, Shane Ross, has received a detailed briefing on plans by Bus Éireann to restructure its loss-making operation Expressway. It's understood that at a meeting with senior management, the Minister was given a more detailed outline of the proposals, including wage cuts and subcontracting. Our industry and employment correspondent, Ingrid Miley.
Bus Éireann is losing €500,000 a month, largely due to competition on its inter-urban expressway service. Management plans to restructure the company, which involves hiving Expressway off into a separate Bus Éireann-owned subsidiary. However, staff in that entity face lower pay and conditions, as well as subcontracting of routes and other cost savings. Compulsory redundancies haven't been ruled out. Sources confirmed that at a meeting on the 11th of September, Bus Éireann management gave Transport Minister Shane Ross a detailed briefing on the measures under consideration, far more detailed than what was presented to unions at the Workplace Relations Commission 2 days ago. It's understood that Minister Ross raised no objection. The workers' pay claim for 15% over 3 years has been referred to the Labour Court, though no date has yet been fixed. However, sources have warned negotiations cannot go on forever. The Bus Éireann board meets in 6 weeks' time to finalise its 2017 budget and wants to incorporate the projected savings from the restructuring. That leaves little time for resolving this dispute.
The The patient who died when an ambulance burst into flames outside Naas General Hospital in County Kildare yesterday has been named as Christopher Byrne. He was in his 70s and from Kildare. Both paramedics who were injured in the fire have now been discharged from hospital. 3 separate investigations are underway into the incident. Connor Hunt reports.
Naas General Hospital was back operating as normal today. There is still, though, a sense of shock at what happened yesterday. Investigations by the Gardaí, the HSE and the Health and Safety Authority are now underway into finding out what exactly triggered the blaze, which resulted in the death of local man Christopher Byrne. It's understood the Health and Safety Authority will now forensically examine the ambulance. Their investigation is likely to be long and complex. It could take months before it's completed. The initial focus, it seems, remains on the...
ここが有名なアイルランドのリムリックジャンクションっていう駅です。名前はリムリックだけど全然リムリックじゃないっていう、まあその乗り換えの駅なんですけど、なんか日本の新幹線も、青森、新青森って言いつつ全然新青森じゃないと。新青森で降りて青森に行くにはまたなんかアクセス電車に乗んなきゃいけないでしょ。あれと同じですよ。だからど素人の観光客さんがリムリック行きに乗ってリムリックジャンクションで間違って降りちゃうと大変なことだ。何にもない。リムリックとティベラリーの中間ぐらいですよね。リムリックジャンクション乗り換え駅。結構電車の入れ替えするんで、鉄道好き、鉄オタには結構有名。地元のアイルランドの鉄オタにはリムリックジャンクションが結構有名です。リムリックジャンクションです。
Almost daily. At the age of 8, he was taken into care. Later, he disclosed years of sexual abuse at the hands of his father, a 66-year-old who in May was convicted of rape and cruelty. In a victim impact statement, the boy said while living with his parents, he wanted to end his life. He said his childhood was taken away and only began in foster care. He remains in a specialist care unit in the UK and said he was always afraid his father would find him. Now he said he was glad he was in prison. He said he was trying to cast away all the memories of what his father did, trying to empty the boxes in his head. A psychiatric report said the impact of what happened to the boy could not be underestimated and he faces difficulties in the future. Defence counsel said the boy had some happy times and it was not the house of horrors portrayed by the prosecution. The man is set to appeal his conviction. The boy's mother was also convicted of cruelty. Both parents will be sentenced next month. Vivian Traynor, RTE News at the Central Criminal Court.
The head of the civil defense in Syria has reportedly said that more than 70 people have died during heavy bombardment of rebel-held areas of Aleppo. At least 40 buildings are said to have been destroyed after they were hit by airstrikes and artillery fire for a second day. It follows a Syrian government announcement that its military was mounting a new offensive aimed at capturing the rebel-held eastern half of Aleppo. The army said the current bombing was a prelude to a ground operation. And the time is coming up to 8 minutes past 5.
RTE Radio 1 weather with Aer Lingus. With Wi-Fi, blockbuster movies and award-winning service on board for great value transatlantic flights, Smart Flies Aer Lingus.
Persistent and heavy rain in the west and southwest tonight with a risk of thunder and localised flooding. Scattered outbreaks of rain further east. Mild and windy with lowest temperatures 12 to 14 degrees. And there's a warning that southerly gales will develop on all Irish coastal waters and on the Irish Sea. Winds will reach strong gale force at times on coasts from Slinehead to Errishead to Rossall Point. Tomorrow will be wet and windy, mild with highest temperatures 17 to 19 degrees.
RTE Radio 1 Traffic and Travel with the Hyundai Tucson, Ireland's best-selling car. Hyundai. Believe everything you hear.
Latest travel news from the AA. It's a busy evening for traffic in Dublin with this weekend's Dublin bus strike underway. Traffic is very heavy outbound from Bolton Street through Dorset Street and out to Collins Avenue on the Swords Road. Also very slow on Sean Moore Road from the Beach Road Junction through to Tom Clark Bridge. And in the south of the city it's very slow outbound from St Vincent's Hospital on the Marion Road to Frascati Shopping Centre on Strand Road. Gardaí are en route to a collision just before Junction 7 Kill on the N7 southbound with long delays from Junction 4 Rathcoole through to Junction 9 Naas east north. On the Wexford Kilkenny border, it's very slow heading into New Ross from the Waterford City side, and in Galway there are long delays approaching Clare Galway on the N18 Limerick to Galway route. Chris Jones, AA Road Watch.
Thank you very much, Chris. It's 5:10. Concerns are being raised at cabinet level over the reappointment of the chief executive of state body Horse Racing Ireland. It comes amid fears that ministers were misled before granting special consent for Brian Kavanagh to continue in his €247,000 a year position. Government guidelines stipulate how chief executives of state bodies can only serve for a maximum of 7 years. But Brian Kavanagh is to begin a third term as the CEO of Horse Racing Ireland this Sunday, having already served 14 years in the role. And this programme can now reveal how government ministers were misled before sanctioning Mr Kavanagh's reappointment. Our reporter Barry Lenihan has the story. And Barry, first of all, give us the background.
Horse Racing Ireland is a semi-state body responsible for the governance and promotion of Irish racing. And at last year's budget, John, the government gave it €59 million. Brian Kavanagh is the chief executive of Horse Racing Ireland since 2001. And according to HRI's latest annual report, he receives an annual salary of €191,000 plus benefits of €56,000, bringing his annual remuneration package to almost €250,000. Now, Mr Kavanagh previously hit the headlines in 2011, if you remember. That's when the then Agriculture Minister, Simon Coveney, ordered him to pay back backdated bonuses awarded to him by the HRI board. These bonuses totalled almost €40,000 over the years 2008 and 2009, of course, years right at the height of the crash.
Now, strict government standards, they stipulate that the chief executive of a state body can only serve a single term of no more than 7 years. Yet the chief executive of Horse Racing Ireland is in his job since 2001.
Yeah, that's it. The Department of Public Expenditure and Reform has a strict code of practice for the governance of state bodies, John. It says basically 7 years for the CAO and that's it, no more. But these rules, they were bent in 2009, these guidelines rather, to allow Brian Kavanagh serve a second 7-year term as the chief executive of HRI. He had to reapply for the job and was successful in a public interview process, but this process came after extensive lobbying. Now, officials at the Department of Finance weren't overly pleased about this, and internal HRI documents I've seen reveal how the department insisted on a clause being put in Mr Kavanagh's contract, ruling how he couldn't continue in any position with Horse Racing Ireland beyond the end of his second 7-year term as CAO in September 2016. Indeed, officials at the Department of Finance said back in 2012 that a third term for Brian Kavanagh as CAO would undermine government policy.
But here we are now, it's September 2016, Barry, and Brian Kavanagh is to begin his third term at the helm of Horse Racing Ireland. What's happened?
So 2 government departments, Public Expenditure and Reform and Agriculture, have a statutory role in the running of Horse Racing Ireland. And so the ministers there, Paschal Donoghue and Michael Creed, had to give their consent to Brian Kavanagh's reappointment. On the 12th of July last, Paschal Donoghue told the Dáil how he had sanctioned a contract extension for Brian Kavanagh because, I quote, a business case was submitted to his department by the Board of Horse Racing Ireland that was strongly supported by the Minister for Agriculture. However, I've learned and indeed obtained documents which show that when Minister Donoghue told the Dáil this back on the 12th of July, the board of HRI hadn't even discussed Mr Kavanagh's reappointment, nor mind come up with a business plan. Indeed, some HRI board members claim they still haven't seen this business plan they're supposed to have presented to Ministers Donoghue and Creed supporting Brian Kavanagh's reappointment. On top of this, the minutes of HRI's board meeting on July 21st note how the matter of the board not having sight of what was positioned with the department was discussed, and they also point to how the chairman of HRI, that's Joe Keeling, apologised and assured the board that it was always his intention to bring the item back to the board for approval. A private HRI memo distributed at that meeting also notes legal advice warning how Mr Kavanagh would be entitled to a contract of indefinite duration, or essentially, John, a job for life, should he be allowed to continue as CAO.
What does it all mean?
Well, it appears the Board of Horse Racing Ireland never discussed nor was consulted about the initial request to government to reappoint Brian Kavanagh as Chief Executive. There was no collective business case from the Board of Horse Racing Ireland at that time, meaning Ministers Donoghue and Creed were not in possession of the full facts and were misled before signing off on Brian Kavanagh to continue to breach government guidelines and to stay on as the CAO of HRI.
Now, as we said at the outset, Barry, concerns are now being raised at government level regarding this reappointment.
Yeah, that's right, John. The Socialist Party TD Claire Daly raised these issues with Minister Paschal Donoghue, namely that a ministerial decision may have been made on a false premise. Minister Donoghue wrote to her on the 30th of August, claiming the allegations she raised were serious and that he had asked Agriculture Minister Michael Creed to examine them. Minister Creed contacted Deputy Daly last week, confirming he's to make inquiries into the reappointment of Brian Kavanagh as CAO of Horse Racing Ireland, so concerns at cabinet level and questions now definitely being asked by ministers.
Questions being asked, so what's going to happen now, do you think?
So Brian Kavanagh begins a third term of 5 years as the CAO of Horse Racing Ireland this Sunday, but this spotlight on transparency and corporate governance at the semi-state body comes off the back of what has been a very positive September for Irish racing, with of course Irish Champions Weekend up at Leopardstown in the Curragh and a bumper harvest festival at Listowel there last week. Now, Mr. Kavanagh, he's due to receive an annual salary of €191,000 plus benefits. This is also in breach of government guidelines, which state the CAO of Horse Racing Ireland should receive a salary of between roughly €137,000 to €164,000. But this happens now, the political spotlight, it's starting to shine on this reappointment, John. The Dáil's Public Accounts Committee is to write to Agriculture Minister Michael Creed. The committee's chair, Sean Fleming, told me this afternoon how PAC is seeking what he called a full and detailed explanation on the circumstances surrounding Brian Kavanagh's reappointment. The Agriculture Committee is also set to take on the matter, while the leader of Fianna Fáil in a recent parliamentary question raised issues around it as well with the Agriculture Minister Michael Creed. Other opposition TDs are also to follow suit when the Dáil returns from recess next week.
Claire Daly, TD in Dublin, Fingal, Independent for Change. I most certainly will be raising it when the Dáil reconvenes. We have the CEO being reappointed now for 19 years at a salary in excess of and specifically breaching the guidelines set by the Department of Public Expenditure. I find it utterly bizarre, and I think it does need some serious answers. This new politics and all the rest of this government promised us isn't being implemented, because here we have people in extremely lucrative positions being appointed in a very peculiar way, and when questions were put to both the Minister for Public Expenditure and the Minister for Agriculture, they've allowed that scenario to take place and basically sort of shrug their shoulders and say, oh, this is a matter for Horse Racing Ireland.
Willie Penrose, Labour Party TD for Longford, Westmeath.
Willie, you're also a member of the Oireachtas Agriculture Committee. What are you planning in relation to Horse Racing Ireland and the reappointment of its chief executive?
There's significantly rigid parameters which are having put in place, and indeed in recent times have been subject to modernisation by the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform in terms of the time limits and the process concerning the extension of time. I have a deep interest in horse racing. I have just asked that the relevant officials from the Department of Agriculture will come before the Oireachtas Committee in a not too distant future and explain what was the method and the basis upon which this reappointment took place.
Will you be raising it in the Dáil again?
Yes, I will. I want to make sure to get clarification in relation to a number of, to me, were apparent contradictory replies given by the two departments who were directly involved, the Department of Agriculture, Food and the Department of Public Expenditure.
Labour TD Willie Penrose there. Has there been any reaction to your inquiries, Barry, from Horse Racing Ireland and other interested parties?
Yeah, plenty of reaction, John, and the reaction from those interested interested parties largely confirms what we've been talking about over the last few moments. The Department of Public Expenditure and Reform said it received a business case supporting Mr Kavanagh's reappointment based on his expertise, experience and qualifications. However, it didn't answer any of my questions as to the origins of this business case and referred me to the Department of Agriculture. That department said it had conducted inquiries and it said it understood that the Board of Horse Racing Ireland had not had a formal discussion on Brian Kavanagh's reappointment at the time of the request for ministerial consent. It added that it would have been more appropriate to have this discussion before asking for Mr Kavanagh's contract to be extended, but it also added there was never any question of he being reappointed without the board's approval. Horse Racing Ireland, in a statement in the last few moments, said that its chairman had acknowledged at its board meeting in July, on the 21st of July, that this process had given rise to concerns on the parts of board members, for which he apologised, and this apology was accepted. It also says it has approved a detailed succession plan for its chief executives and senior executives with specific dates, timelines and responsibilities over the next 4 years. But Professor Niamh Brennan of the School of Corporate Governance at UCD, she's been giving me her reaction to this story.
The number one critical and most important decision of any board is the appointment of the chief executive. You would expect a board to consider that over a period of time before such an appointment was made. So I am very surprised to hear that an appointment of a CEO was made without the board being aware of it. If I was on such a board and something like that happened without my knowledge, I would be, I have to say, annoyed. Did the request for ministerial sanction, did that request make it clear that the request was being made in advance of the board approving the appointment? I think that's quite important, because if there was no mention of that, the minister might have just assumed that the board had approved the appointment and sanctioned it on that basis. I imagine the minister is somewhat surprised to learn that he sanctioned an appointment contrary to the guidelines, possibly on false pretenses.
And that's UCD's Niamh Brennan ending that report by Barry Lenehan. Coming up, brick walls along the Shannon. We'll hear more about flood prevention and frustration.
Not only is Blazing Man unlike any festival you've ever been to, it's like nothing you've ever seen before. The biggest spectacle under the Californian sky. Blazing Man is a crucible of creativity where the only essential is having an open.
Aren't there much better ways to blow €1,000 than paying a TV license fine? Remember, if you have a TV, you need a TV license. It's the law. To get yours, visit tvlicense.ie.
Blazing Man, White Rock, California, August 28th through 30th.
Brought to you by the Department of Communications, Climate Action and Environment. Your weekend starts with the Irish Times. The Men of Ireland Speak Up, a new series, How to Be a Man, seeks their views on masculinity, feminism and everything in between. In the US, Trump's popularity remains undimmed. Simon Carswell meets his Irish supporters to find out why they're voting for Donald. And Jennifer O'Connell charts the rise and fall of Brangelina. On the weekend with the Irish Times Weekend Edition. The Irish Times, you are what you read.
Hiya, you've reached Barry. I can't take your call right now. I'm watching these waves absolutely pounding the rocks on the Wild Atlantic Way. You should get here. It is epic. Really, just get here. No, seriously, don't even wait for the beep.
Embrace the Wild Atlantic Way of life today at wildatlanticway.com.
Men.
We don't talk about it.
We don't admit to it.
Because until now,
we didn't know what we could do about an overactive bladder.
Until we discovered Urostemel.
Try new Urostemel Men, the only remedy without prescription traditionally used to relieve the urgency and frequency to urinate based on long-standing use.
Find it at Boots or Lloyd's Pharmacies.
Always read the label.
RTE Radio 1.
The world's favourite rock and roll musical is back. Richard O'Brien's Rocky Horror Show. Coming to Bord Gáis Energy Theatre from Monday the 3rd to Saturday the 8th of October. Tickets available now. BordGáisEnergyTheatre.ie. It's a guaranteed party.
Entertainment updates with RTE Radio 1.
Welcome back to Drive Time. The OPP OPW is inviting submissions from the public about managing flood risks at a series of events taking place around the country. But victims of last winter's wet weather fear that no preventative measures will be in place to save them from another flooding crisis, especially in areas along the River Shannon. Drive Time reporter John Cook has been revisiting some of the communities most at risk this week and was in Limerick and Clare yesterday.
Where were ye? Where was the government? The government is in power. Where were you? It's my home. I am homeless. I have no home at the moment. I cannot get down. I've been down there.
January 3rd, 2016, and a community close to the Lower Shannon catchment expressed frustration with government ministers as they waded through deep waters once again. Almost 9 months later, I asked Geraldine Mason what happened since her heated exchanges with Minister Simon Coveney and local TDs.
Well, nothing really. Nobody has been in contact with me. I have emailed some of the politicians and they didn't come back to me. We've had to take up all the floorboards. We had suspension floorboards. We had to put down concrete and we had to wait then.
I'll walk in with you and have a look if that's okay.
We had to wait and get the concrete down, and then we had to wait another 3 or 4 weeks before we could tile it. All our doors have to be replaced. As you can see, they're not replaced yet.
So you took up you had wooden floors, was it?
Floors, and there were suspension floors. So we had to put in 5 inches of concrete on 3 bedrooms, the hall and the sitting room. You can see there, looking at the hot press, how far up the water came here. It came up as far as the skirting, up past the skirting. And I just feel that I have it all tiled now, preparing for the next flood, so that all I'll have to do is just go down on my knees and scrub the floors or steam them. I'm annoyed over it and upset over it, that nothing has been done. It's not fair. I work hard. There was up to a few months ago, there was only one income coming in here. I have to pay for everything. I get no handouts, and I work very, very hard, and I put in long hours of work. And for what? All my money is going in doing up the house again.
Spend your holidays and your money preparing for another flood in this house.
That's all I'm doing is
upsetting to you.
Preparing for the next time. See, I feel they see I have a home. There are people homeless. They're doing nothing about it, so they're certainly not going to do anything for me. Now, if there was a general election come November or December, they'd be down here trying to sort me out again. They all left. They went out with the flood. They actually left with the flood and they didn't come back near the place.
I was able to drive to homes in Springfield, Clonmel today, recalling the need for waders, tractors and boats. The last time I met a very tired and frustrated Joe Quinlivan for drive time at his house.
I'm very, very tired. Very tired. I could do with a good sleep now. And when you're sleeping, you're draining with water coming around you. It's in around your bed, it's underneath your feet. You know what I mean? You're frightened to sleep.
Well, Geraldine and Joe Quinlivan, when I meet you again, and I'm complimenting you on the works around the house because you've had to do a lot. Joe, you're busy building walls to keep out the water, is that it?
Yeah, we're going to put down our own block wall around the whole place. It's our own pocket, our own funds that we had put away for our lads' school. And that money now is going into our house because no one seems to be doing that for us. But that's nothing up between 5 and 7 inches. We've passed around the whole way. And that was costing us, setting us back about 10,000. We have to do something, because there's no one. They're all passing the book. We're getting this engineer, we're getting this and that, and deep down, there's no one coming to us. We're like mushrooms, we're in the dark.
Geraldine, so you've been in touch with the OPW, or you were interested when you heard there was these consultation events and to see what kind of studies or plans were there even in draft form, or what's happened?
We were very disappointed, John, to discover that the 3 options that the C-frame study identified have failed under a cost to benefit analysis. And when I asked why, they were saying there was 3 homes flooded in Springfield. There's actually 17 homes in Springfield, so their calculations are very flawed, and we're very disappointed with that.
The Office of Public Works continues to hold public consultation events for its draft flood risk management plans around the country with varying dates for submissions. But across the river in County Limerick, I met another community feeling forgotten about in these plans. Castleconnell was hit by severe flooding in 2009, and again last winter, Meadowbrook resident Brendan Murphy was one of those battling to save his home.
There was a consultation exercise a few weeks ago up in the Castle Oaks Hotel, and over 100 people went up because we got a draft report from them saying there are no issues in Castleconnell to our knowledge. There's no flood risk and therefore no protective measures are envisaged. We were horrified, we were just dumbfounded. So we went up en masse to say, you've got this wrong. This report is seriously flawed. And what we've done is we've been compiling submissions from a number of sources. The local authorities are doing it, local politicians are making the submissions, and I'd like to acknowledge that that's all happening. And we ourselves have put our heads together and we want to put in a substantial one, which is actually going in today to say, this is why your report is seriously flawed and why it's wrong. We need action, we need permanent protection around here. Temporary
はい、ここからリムリックの手前でモーターウェイ18号線入ります。これでシャノン、エニス、ゴールウェイ方面、エニス、シャノン、ゴールウェイ方面ということになります。
Shannon stores, I met shopkeeper George Lee.
There'll be nothing done on that river in my lifetime.
Nothing done on the whole river, Shannon?
There'll be nothing done. Nothing, I can't see it being done because it's going to cost an out-and-out fortune. They won't dredge it, they won't take away all the trees. Before there's a block or a tree cut here, they have to go to the tree huggers and the nature people, the planning people and all that before anything is done.
And that's Jerry O'Neill in Castleconnell in County Limerick, ending that report by John Cook. Now, the Minister with the responsibility for the OPW has so far been unavailable to speak in drive time this week, but I am joined on the line by Mark Adamson, Assistant Chief Engineer with the OPW. And Mark Adamson, based on John's report and his meeting with different people who've had flooding problems, they don't have any great confidence that things are going to be sorted.
Yeah, hi John. Well, Castleconnell and Clonmel, Springfield are two particularly difficult areas to deal with. I mean, firstly, I'd just like to say that the flood maps we developed back in 2013-14 do actually show quite a few properties at risk in both Clonmel and Castleconnell. In Clonmel, for example, we show about 3 properties at risk in a 100-year flood and 14 in a 1,000-year flood. And I understand that last winter only 3 or 4 actually flooded, although others were at risk. So it indicates our maps seem to be reasonably accurate. Now, because there are only a few properties that flood in very extreme events, we do have a problem with economics. But having had 2 such extreme floods in a short period of time, November 2009 and again last winter, we've got our consultants to go back. We're looking at the maps again, checking against hard data, against flood levels which actually occurred, to see if we can identify some economically viable solutions for these towns.
And what would those solutions be?
For Castleconnell, there's an embankment that can be put across where the floodwater comes out of the Shannon and into the Meadowbrook estate. At the Clonmel, there is an embankment which will put across, again, a bit of land where the water comes out of the Shannon, across the land, and then down into the area where the properties are at risk.
And how soon could these things be done?
Well, we're looking at it now, as we speak.
And so that you're looking at it now, so how long would it take?
Well, the schemes themselves, if we identify some viable measures, then we do need to go through the detailed design. We need to go through planning, of course, and then we need to employ contractors. So it does take a bit of time.
Years?
We do need to make sure that the schemes we build are robust. We've built schemes in a lot of places around the country, places like Mallow, Fermoy, Dublin, Waterford, and they've all stood up to the severe floods which have happened over the last few years. So we need to make sure that we get it right, and that does take a bit of time.
And that you're talking a few years?
It typically takes a few years to get a major scheme built. Now, the schemes in these locations are not that big. So Castleconnell, for example, might qualify under what we call the minor works programme, in which case it could move ahead quite quickly.
Well, what measures, incidentally, have been put in place to protect any of these flood-hit communities from the imminent winter?
We've got a long-term programme of measures, of work schemes, which is ongoing. We've completed, I think it's about 36 schemes around the country to date. We have another 4 which have started this year: Bandon, Skibbereen, Galway and Dunkelly. We're starting 3 more shortly, and we have about 26 other schemes going on around the country at various stages of construction and design. Now, the CFRAM programme, which is sort of the driver behind the plans which are on consultation at the moment, they looked at 300 communities around the country to identify, what could be done to protect these areas of potentially significant risk. And I'd say the programme has been generally very successful. We've identified schemes to provide protection for the vast majority of the homes and other properties at risk within these 300 communities. So as these schemes then get rolled out into the future, we'll be protecting thousands and thousands of homes around the country from flooding.
Have OPW engineers actually visited the areas that were worst affected by the floods since the events of last winter, or are these consultation events you're holding the only real contact you've had with victims in these areas?
Well, no, OPW engineers would have been down there along with our consultants. We would have visited the areas go right at the outset of the projects, so that we understand, the lay of the land, how floods might generate in an area, what might be at risk, to know that we do visit the areas. These studies aren't just test studies.
Mark Adamson, Assistant Chief Engineer at the Office of Public Works, thank you for joining us. It's a few minutes after 5:30. The news headlines. Taoiseach Enda Kenny has urged management and unions at Dublin Bus to engage in talks in an effort to resolve the ongoing pay dispute. Transport Minister Shane Ross has received a briefing on plans by Bus Éireann to restructure its loss-making Operation Expressway. The man who died when an ambulance burst into flames outside Naas General Hospital in County Kildare yesterday has been named as Christopher Byrne. He was in his 70s. And a boy who from the age of 6 was abused and raped by his father has told...
これがいわゆるリムリックトンネルっていうやつですね。リムリックのトンネル。ショートカットで有名です。これを越えるとシャノン、そしてエニス、さらにはゴルウェイの手前のコート、アイリッシュハープで有名なコートの町に届きます。高速道路はゴートまでで止まってて、その先建設中ですけども、進みはいまいちって感じですかね。はい。
Well, on the M50 northbound, it's slow from junction 12 Fairhouse to junction 7 Lucan. On the southbound side, there are delays from junction 4 Ballymon to junction 5 Finglas, and then again from junction 16 Cherrywood to the Bray North exit on the M11. In Kildare, a crash on the N7 Dublin to Limerick Road southbound at junction 7 Kill in the right lane is adding to already slow traffic from junction 4 Rathcoole towards junction 9 Naas North. In Galway, it's very heavy approaching Claren Bridge southbound on the N18 Galway to Limerick Road, while in the city, it's slow eastbound on Queen Centenary Bridge approaching the Bulkin Junction. And finally in Limerick there are reports of a crash on the N20 Cork to Limerick Road at Banogue with some delays both ways. Chris Jones, AA Roadwatch.
Thank you very much, Chris. Joanne is back with news of sport.
Thank you, John. Good evening. The Republic of Ireland manager Martin O'Neill has said he never had an issue signing a new contract with the FAI. The deal, which was agreed before the Euro 2016 finals, takes O'Neill up to the end of the 2018 World Cup campaign. The rest of the backroom staff have also agreed new contracts. At a press conference this afternoon, the manager confirmed he has now signed and repeatedly quashed suggestions that there was a reason behind the delay in putting pen to paper on this new deal.
I'm really not concerned about what perception is anymore. I'm really not. I'm too experienced now to worry about what perception is. And hedging bets over what? I'll tell you something now. I think that I've signed the contract this out. I'm delighted to have done so. I'm delighted to have shaken hands with John quite some months ago as well too. And who knows what happens in life. But my own personal views, I think I've proved it. I think Ireland's best chance of qualification for the World Cup in Russia lies with myself and Roy Keane.
Now, O'Neill has included 2 uncapped players in his provisional squad for next month's World Cup qualifiers against Georgia and Moldova. Goalkeeper Danny Rogers of Falkirk and Barnsley midfielder Conor Horan are among the 33 names, which will be whittled down a week or so before the game with Georgia. The potentially title-deciding SSE Electricity League clash between Dundalk and Cork City has been rescheduled for the 11th of October, and it will be shown live on RT2. Dundalk can go 8 points clear tonight if they can beat Derry City at Oriel Park. That's also on RT2. The champions, though, will have played 2 more games than Cork after this evening's game. Cork in action tomorrow. In other games this evening, Shamrock Rovers at home to Galway United. Dalymount Park is the venue for Bohemians against Longford Town. St Patrick's Athletic are away to Finn Harps, and Wexford Youths face Bray Wanderers. Burnley's Irish defenders Stephen Ward and Kevin Long have signed new 1-year extensions to their current deals. They were due to be out of contract next summer. Ireland fullback Ward has made 42 appearances since joining in 2014, and he was instrumental in the 23-game unbeaten run that landed the championship title last May. And in the summer he became the first Burnley player ever to represent his country at a European Championship finals. As for Long, he joined from Cork City in 2010 and has made 27 first-team appearances. He has also spent time out on loan with a number of different clubs.
French golfer Alexander Levy has opened up a 4-shot lead on day 2 of the weather-interrupted European Open. After completing an opening round of 62 this morning, Levy has birdied half of his 14 holes in round 2 to go to 16 under par, but he is not the most impressive golfer out on course at the moment. That is the Swede Robert Karlsson, because he is currently 10 under par for his round. That's after just 13 holes. He has had an eagle and 8 birdies so far, and that takes him to 12 under and into second place on his own 4 behind Levy. Paul Dunn is moving up the field as well. The Wicklow man is now 7 under par after 8 holes of his second round. Rory McGee and Michael Hoey are both 4 under, but Padraig Harrington is 3 below the projected cut line. He is level par. On the PGA Tour in Georgia, Rory McIlroy is due to begin his second round of the season-ending Tour Championship in just under an hour's time. The Irish Open champion is 2 off the lead on 2 under par. Leading on 4 under are Kevin Chappell, Hideki Matsuyama, and most crucially of all, Dustin Johnson. The man McIlroy is hoping to overtake in the FedEx Cup standings this weekend. Realistically, McIlroy would need a win to do so. And Connacht have included Ireland internationals Matt Healy, Kieran Marmion, Finlay Beelum, Quinn Rue and Ultan Delan in their team to play Scarlets tomorrow as they look for their first Guinness Pro 12 win of the season. The Munster side to play Edinburgh includes centre Cian Bohan, making his first competitive start for the province. And tonight it's Leinster against Ospreys and Ulster await Glasgow.
Thank you very much, Joanne. More sport shortly after 6:30, and we'll have the championship preview as well from Brian Carthy. Next, Green Party leader Eamon Ryan.
Your weekend starts with the Irish Times. The Men of Ireland Speak Up, a new series, How to Be a Man, seeks their views on masculinity, feminism and everything in between. In the US, Trump's popularity remains undimmed. Simon Carswell meets his Irish supporters to find out why they're voting for Donald. And Jennifer O'Connell charts the rise and fall of Brangelina. On the weekend with the Irish Times Weekend Edition. The Irish Times, you are what you read.
People's Art on Stephen's Green, Ireland's largest open-air art exhibition, returns this weekend, Friday till Sunday. People's Art on Stephen's Green. Hundreds of artists, thousands of paintings.
Topaz quality fuels can take you 3% further than standard petrol or diesel. At Topaz, we have developed a powerful in-fuel additive, scientifically proven to remove fuel combustion deposits from within your engine. Our unique additive continuously cleans and protects your engine's vital parts, meaning your engine will run smoother, cleaner and further with every journey. Topaz, we go further. All Topaz fuels are AA quality approved. 3% saving may vary depending on driving style, environmental conditions and vehicle type. See topaz.ie for details.
RTE Radio 1.
Nickelback rocks all the hits. Free Arena, October 9th. Tickets available now. Bad Company. Their Swan Song tour has been hailed as incredible, astounding, the best of the year. Bad Company. Free Arena, Friday, October 14th. Tickets available now.
Live music updates on RTE Radio 1. Drive time on RTE Radio 1 with Ulster Bank, helping your business flourish every day. Because helping each other is help for what matters. Ulster Bank Ireland DAC is regulated by the Central Bank of Ireland.
You'll be delighted to hear that the political parties are almost finished thinking, and maybe in the next week they'll even get down to some doing. One of the last of the party meetings takes place in Dublin tomorrow when the Green Party gathers to prepare for the new Dáil term. Its leader, Eamon Ryan, is with me in studio. And in terms of impact, given that your representation in Dáil is just 2, how do you make an impact on the packed opposition benches?
Oh, we do. I mean, we're back. I think we're effective, and we want to be central in making a radical change in the whole country. I'll give you 4 examples just from the last few months. I was able to put in to amend a piece of legislation that really promoted a whole range of new energy efficiency measures. Dennis Naughton agreed to that. We were able to get all party agreement on an appeal to try and get Ibrahim Halawi out of prison in Egypt. We changed I was able to get 5,000 acres of land up in the Dublin Mountains, put it into a national park. We were able to change the terms of reference for the new Citizens Convention to start a really big, engaged national climate dialogue. There's just examples where by working with other the parties, working with government as well as opposition, trying to get consensus, trying to build consensus for the sort of radical change we think is necessary. You can do things, particularly in this Dáil.
So is this the new politics in practice?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of that's been our route from the start. Like, we've always felt consensus, trying to collaborate with both sides. Like, we've always felt the old left-right divide was out of date. It doesn't make sense. And even more so today. I mean, I was fascinated through the week. I was most of the week in the Budget Committee, and you can look at it there. Fianna Fáil are the same as the Socialist Party when it comes to water charges. And on several occasions this week, Michael Noonan said to Richard Boyd-Barr, sure, Fine Gael and the people be for profit agree on tax cuts. So that old left-right divide doesn't really make sense anymore. We need actually a different approach which is in tune with what's happening in the world. And I think what's happening in the world is the need to us to move to a different economic system. We measure growth not by how much we consume, but by quality of life. We improve the basic building blocks: housing, food, energy, transport. Look after your local environment is what we're about. Okay, we're thinking globally, but you've got to act locally. And our politics always from the start has been about doing that at councils and in the Dáil. So
you mentioned water charges, and it would appear that Fianna Fáil has moved against water charges in any form. Do you now accept that Irish water and water charges are over?
No. I think I heard my colleague Oliver Moore in his speak on this programme a few weeks ago making the very simple point that Fianna Fáil seem to do this every 20 years. They got rid of rates in 77, they got rid of water charges in 97, they're getting rid of it again in 2017, but I still think it makes sense, and I'm hoping we'll find some sort of collaborative arrangement so we don't throw out the baby with the bathwater, as it were. I think it still makes sense.
But is it politically viable?
Not the way it's breaking at the present time, but they seem to not have shut the door, although last week they did, but they seem to have changed their mind again. So I hope there is space for a sensible outcome. And yes, recognise we do have to maintain a right to water. We do have to protect people on low incomes. We do. It's not a commodity for sale. It's a basic right. But it's also something that we are very severe shortage from in Dublin, and we've got Mayo people have polluted waters and elsewhere around the country. Like, you do have to pay for it ultimately, just a question of how. And we think having a certain charge above a basic allowance actually promotes conservation, which in the end saves you money, and it's better for the environment.
Now, I'm sure it cheers your heart in some way to see thousands of people in the last couple of days and over the last few weeks when the Dublin bus strikes have been on, and to see them availing of the new cycleways and benefiting from the bike to work scheme that you introduced back in 2009. But the dispute itself, does it dismay you?
Yes, it does, because I think, who was I reading the other day? I think Jared Howland saying it's going to probably extend to all our transport system, and it's going to be a quintessential crisis because I think there is an issue in terms of pay and having to kind of make sure that our people are well paid, and we support that. I said at the National Economic Dialogue that we would be supporting the unions looking for more pay, because we can't have a recovery where all this money just goes to companies. It does need to go back to the people. But we also have to make sure that it's productive. And what I've been saying is put aside the checkbook for a moment. Like, Shane Ross says, let's start talking about opening up the checkbook. Put that to one side. Let's look at what vision we have for the bus service, both in Dublin and around the cities around the country and the rural bus services, and come up with the sort of radical change we want to push is for public transport, is actually massive increase in the quality and in the level of service of public transport. We think that will get better revenues into the service, which will be able to pay for the pay. We don't think you can just go pay rises all the time and just keep the existing service, because then we're just going to see the service cut back because you have to pay for it one way or the other.
So you're against,
and you're spiral downwards.
So you're against the pay rises?
I think they should, any sort of discussion of above what the Labour Court has agreed, or the pay arrangements have agreed, should only be on the basis of where we get real productivity gains, which ultimately is about improving the service for the public. Like, that's what we would emphasise first of all. How do we get a radically improved public transport system, not just on Dublin Bus, but on Bus Air, on rural bus services? How do we build other rail lines we need, the Metro, the Dart Interconnector, and other services? It's investment in that level of a fivefold increase in public transport is what we would be calling for. And I think in those circumstances, then you can start looking at the pay issue in a much more balanced way, because you're going to have higher revenues to pay for anything.
But what about the here and now then? Dublin bus drivers who are on strike today, and they'll be on strike tomorrow. The Labour Court has recommended 8%. You think they should be happy with that?
I think they should, but I think they should be looking for, as part of any look for further pay, it has to be part of the massive productivity improvements, which is mean actually improving the service for the public. And I think that should be the first thing on our minds, rather than just looking at pay as a completely separate issue.
What about the Green Party? As I said, you have two Dáil deputies, you have one senator, 12 councillors in the Republic, 2 MLAs, 3 councillors in the North. How do you expand?
50 MEPs.
How do you, well, the Green Party here in Ireland, how do you expand?
We expand from the bottom up. We're appointing a new team of 25 spokespeople tomorrow, and we've got people all over the country that's their job. It's our job collectively to actually provide local solutions to help improve people's quality of life. Come back to what I said at the start. If we do that, if we actually seem to be active and are active at a local level from the bottom up, that's how we grow. So we have 12 councillors now. I'd like to come back in the next local elections with 3 times that. We have 3 members of the Oireachtas now. I'd like to come back the next general election with more than double that. And I think we can do that. I think the sort of changes we've been talking about for a long time, the changes away from the current economic system, which, as I says, doesn't really measure quality. Our GDP figures are not a great indicator of our well-being or our wealth as a country, our real wealth. And we think the time is right. Also, I suppose, the fundamental truth as we see it is we're facing a climate crisis that we cannot ignore. It has incurred the 17th month in a row of world record temperatures. We have to address that. Addressing it is actually going to be good for the country. It's actually going to lead to a better local environment and better local services, better solutions, a better economic model. So I hope is that by kind of listening to people and getting their help on how we make that change, pushing ourselves into a real radical different approach as a country, like making the country go green. I think most Irish people want to do that. I think they will want to vote for a political party that has really experience and commitment to make it happen, and that's what we're there to do.
Okay, leader of the Green Party, Eamon Ryan, thank you very much for joining us, and a good look at your thinking, your one-day thinking tomorrow. Back in a moment, we'll be finding out how people using Beaumont Hospital are affected by the Dublin bus strike.
RTE Radio 1.
Nanny Knickerbocker Gloria here, just letting yous know that the boys in Green will soon be seen near St. Stephen's Green for the best panto there's ever been.
Yes, it's Robin Hood and his Merry Men, this year's fabulous panto at the Gaiety Theatre from November 27th.
Don't be disappointed, tickets available now.
This is no ordinary panto. It's a Gaiety panto.
Entertainment updates with RTE Radio 1.
With Ryanair fares from just $16.99 and a choice of over 200 European destinations, isn't it time you booked a city break or plan ahead? Our summer 2017 destinations are on sale now. Book today, online or on the app, from just $16.99 one way. Ryanair, low fares made simple. Limited availability, see Ryanair.com. This Friday's Euro Millions jackpot is an astonishing €25 million. Winning that would probably feel a bit like... Friday feeling last forever. Play it out, in-store or online at lottery.ie. Estimated jackpot.
As someone who runs an Irish business, you don't have time to think about Bord Gáis Energy. You're busy thinking about your customers, your employees, suppliers, rent, wages, and maybe, just maybe, a holiday. And so whether you're a new or existing customer, we want to offer your business 10 for 10. Give us just 10 minutes of your time and we'll give you a saving of at least 10% on your energy costs. Call us today on 1850 211 910. 10 for 10 for SMEs? It helps if it's Bord Gáis Energy. Discount on our standard unit rates for 12 months. See bordgaisenergy.ie for full terms and conditions.
It's almost 6 o'clock on RTE Radio 1. Time for up to 40% greater fuel economy with Toyota Hybrid. Better. For you, your family, your future.
Now, while many of Dublin City's commuters made other plans today, one group of people had few alternatives to the bus. People in the capital's hospitals, where their workers or visitors were also at a loss. Beaumont Hospital in the northeast of the city is not on the Lewis line, and the nearest DART is almost 4 kilometres away. Brian Lally went there to ask people about their travel arrangements.
How'd you get a lift?
Do you agree with the bus drivers?
No, I don't agree. It's gone on too long. I got a DART to Colester station and I walked from there.
A fair old walk. I've just cycled it myself.
Yeah, about 45 minutes.
Can I ask you if you have any support for the bus now?
Yes, of course we would have. All the workers would have support for any worker.
Oh yeah, they're entitled. I mean, you haven't had a pay rise for something like 7 or 8 years, so I'm sure they're entitled to something. You may not be entitled to all of it, but they're certainly entitled to a fair amount of it. Most of the people who would be attending that would use the bus are probably local, reasonably local, and anyone like that would be travelling would probably have alternative arrangements, you know, to get here. Mainline rail or bus Ireland or something like that.
Nowadays people have great neighbours. That if they have to get to a hospital, oh yeah, definitely.
I got a lift from my daughter-in-law. Would you normally travel by bus around the place, yeah?
Yeah, I have a problem with my eyes and I can't drive. So I use the bus nearly all the time.
Yeah. What's your feeling about the bus strike? How do you feel towards the bus boys?
They're right, they're entitled to. The minister's a disgrace. And that's his job. And that's what's wrong with this government. They can't manage. I'm 77. My wife is 77. And she's in hospital. She'll get there again now as well.
You still support the busmen despite it all?
Yeah.
You're working here in Beaumont. How'd you get to work?
No, I got the Lewis through Tala and I walked from town out here to Beaumont.
You walked from the city centre to Beaumont?
I did great.
Yeah, you're nearly hoping the strike was on, are you?
はい、アイルランド最大の音楽祭フラキョール開催されました。エニスはここで降ります。通過しますけど、降りるとすぐエニスです。フラキョールが開催されたエニスです。
I think it's shocking, really, the way the people are left. You know, some people probably can't get in now for their appointments. They don't have a car, I'm sure.
And maybe the visitor count might be down as well, not too many people.
And it will be. You can see, like, it's very quiet.
It's very quiet there, looking out the car park. Do you support the busmen, can I ask?
Well, my son-in-law is a bus driver. What I say, they get enough. They don't need it. They get more than we get.
People can't have visitors. You know, you need visitors when you're in hospital. People that have appointments, you know, older people that don't drive. I really do feel sorry for people.
No, you've just arrived here in Beaumont. I saw you getting out of a taxi there. Yeah. Would you normally come by taxi to Beaumont or would you get a bus?
Bus. I think they're right. I mean, they're not quick enough to take the money off them when the recession came in, but not quick enough to give it back to them.
So even though you've got to shell out for a cab when you're coming to visit the hospital here, you still support the busman?
Oh yeah, I support the busman full time.
What will you do tomorrow if you're visiting himself?
Actually, my son is coming up from the country to bring me up because my husband's on long term stay. So he'll come up from the country to bring me up tomorrow because my daughters are not available.
And you had to take a taxi home yesterday?
I had to take a taxi home.
It's tough on people visiting the hospital, isn't it?
I'll tell you something, between that and the car park, it's just been €9 every time we come out of here for the car park. And I only lived down the road, it was €10 for a taxi yesterday.
God, it'd make you sick, wouldn't it?
Big time.
Yes, that's Brian Lally talking to comers and goers at Beaumont Hospital. Well, on that medical team, campaigners for 24/7 cardiac care in Waterford are to take to the streets this weekend in what they claim will be one of the largest protests seen in the city. The South East Patient Advocacy Group says the protest is to highlight the government's failure to implement promises made by former Minister for Health, James Riley, to provide round-the-clock cardiac services in Waterford. I'm joined now by Hilary O'Neill, one of the founders of the South East Patient Advocacy Group. Hilary O'Neill, why are you planning this protest?
Hi there, John. How are you? Thanks for having me on. We're planning this protest basically because in 2012, when the Professor John Higgins' report was compiled and released, we were promised 24/7 cardiac care at University Hospital in Waterford. And since then, it hasn't been forthcoming. And in recent months, when the new government was being formed, we were again promised that it would be implemented, pending the result of an independent review by Dr. Niall Harity.
And that review, what's your reaction to what he had to say?
Well, I disagree with a lot of points in it, and I would respectfully suggest that himself and John Higgins should go into a room together and crunch a few figures, because in 2012 there was a catchment area for the southeast of 500,000, and now in this latest report by Dr. Harity, with all due respect, he has said that there are only 276,000 people in the southeast. So it begs the question whether the other 224,000 people disappeared in the last 4 years. I mean, the figures are wrong. Who's right, who's wrong? So, I mean, it covers 5 counties, and there is a population of 500,000 in the southeast. Can I just make another point about it as well? I notice that a lot of people are calling this a parish pump issue. I mean, 500,000 people is an awful lot of people. It's 500,000 people, which is roughly about 10% of the population. So I think it's unfair to say that this is a parish pump political issue when it's not.
So what should happen?
Well, we should get her 24/7 cardiac care.
Well, to make that happen, I mean, you have a government minister in your ranks, John Halligan, who has made a lot of noise about this. What do you want him to do?
Well, I mean, there's not much more he can do. I think he was stitched up, to be honest with you. I mean, this review was meant to be independent. There's a few questions that are niggling at me over it that I would like some answers to. This risk assessment register, I mean, that's very vital in all of this, and that was changed 2 weeks before the review. I mean, like, who changed it? The cardiologists and the consultants in Waterford, their risk assessment register wasn't changed. This was done in the HSE itself. That's a very questionable thing. I mean, who stood to benefit from it? It's bothering me a lot, but I mean, I'm no expert. But as well as that, the figures that he crunched are wrong as well. In 2015, we had 65 emergency procedures in Waterford Hospital in the hours between 9 to 5, which is when the cath lab is open. And there was 77 out-of-hours procedures which had to be carried out in Cork and Dublin because the cath lab was closed. So that number adds up to 139. So it's well above the 100 per person requirement for the second cath lab in Waterford.
You say that John Halligan has been stitched up. Do you think he should jump ship?
That's up to him to decide. That's not for me to say. I mean, I can't make. That's his decision to make. You know, I'm not a politician. I have no involvement in politics with any politicians. I'm a normal, ordinary mother of 2 children who cannot understand how 2 experts can get 2 things so different.
Hilary O'Neill, one of the founders of the South East Patient Advocacy Group, thank you for joining us. It's 5:55 now. Time to get the weekend weather forecast. We go over to Met Éireann now and Pat Clark.
Thank you. Hello, good evening everybody from Met Éireann. It's going to be windy this evening and overnight, with strong and gusty southerly winds, which will be up to gale force in exposed coastal areas. Dry many central and eastern areas this evening and for a while tonight too, but rain largely along Atlantic coastal counties this evening will become persistent, heavy and possibly thundery there overnight, with the risk of some local flooding before the night is over. Also, that heavy rain will become more widespread by morning too. Lowest temperatures 12 to 14 degrees, and there is a warning in operation for that heavy rain. Wet and windy at first tomorrow in all parts of the country, but drier, brighter conditions will develop in the western half of the country by late morning or so, with sunny spells and occasional heavy showers following in from the Atlantic. But the rain will continue elsewhere, with further heavy falls in many places for a time. But the rain should finally clear into the Irish Sea by evening time. The blustery winds will moderate with the clearance as well. Mild for the time of year, top values tomorrow 17 to 19 degrees. Sunday looks like being a breezy, showery day with some heavy and possibly thundery showers in places, especially so in the western half of the country. There will be some sunny spells at times too, but it will be rather autumnal with the breeze and those showers. Top temperatures on Sunday just 13 to 15 degrees. That's how the weather looks this evening. A very good evening.
おなじみのアンジェラスの鐘、6時になります。
At 6:02, you're listening to Drive Time with John Murray. The news headlines. In the Dublin bus pay dispute, the business group ISME says the Minister for Transport should instruct management to engage in talks with unions without preconditions. It's emerged that Minister Shane Ross has been briefed on Bus Éireann's plans to restructure its expressway operation, which could see cuts to pay. And a 12-year-old boy tells the Central Criminal Court he wanted to end his life after being abused by his father. Susan Jackson has the news in detail.
The
The Taoiseach Enda Kenny has urged management and unions at Dublin Bus to engage in talks in an effort to resolve the ongoing pay dispute. Tens of thousands of public transport users are again having to make alternative travel arrangements as workers stage the latest 48-hour work stoppage at Dublin Bus. Management has warned that the company will have lost €6 million by the end of tomorrow, pushing it into a financial deficit for the year. Earlier, SIPTU and the business group ISME called on the Minister for Transport, Shane Ross, to instruct management at Dublin Bus to enter negotiations without preconditions. Speaking in Cork, Mr Kenny said the strike would impact on businesses across the capital.
It's a very serious issue in respect of the bus strike. Obviously, an offer was made by the Labour Court, but it is necessary that both sides would sit down and discuss the difference here. This is a very sensitive time in Ireland as we approach a major retailing period in the country. This will do untold damage to the economy of Dublin and to the retail sector in Dublin. It inconveniences.
はい、カウンティーゴールウェイ。ゴールウェイ県に入りました。カウンティーゴールウェイ。ちょうどなんかオイスターフェスティバルやるんじゃないですかね。今日、明日か明後日。カウンティーゴールウェイです。
Management, the minister was given a more detailed outline of the proposals, including wage cuts and subcontracting. Our industry and employment correspondent, Ingrid Miley.
Bus Éireann is losing €500,000 a month, largely due to competition on its inter-urban expressway service. Management plans to restructure the company, which involves hiving expressway off into a separate Bus Éireann-owned subsidiary. However, staff in that entity face lower pay and conditions, as well as subcontracting of routes and other cost savings. Compulsory redundancies haven't been ruled out. Sources confirmed that at a meeting on the 11th of September, Bus Éireann management gave Transport Minister Shane Ross a detailed briefing on the measures under consideration, far more detailed than what was presented to unions at the Workplace Relations Commission 2 days ago. It's understood that Minister Ross raised no objection. The workers' pay claim for 15% over 3 years has been referred to the Labour Court, though no date has yet been fixed. However, sources have warned negotiations cannot go on forever. The Bus Éireann board meets in 6 weeks' time to finalise its 2017 budget and wants to incorporate the projected savings from the restructuring. That leaves little time for resolving this dispute.
The patient who died when an ambulance burst into flames outside Naas General Hospital in County Kildare yesterday has been named as Christopher Byrne. He was in his 70s and from Kildare. Both paramedics who were injured in the fire have now been discharged from hospital. 3 separate investigations are underway into the incident. Conor Hunt reports.
Naas General Hospital was back operating as normal today. There is still, though, a sense of shock at what happened yesterday. Investigations by the Gardaí, the HSE and the Health and Safety Authority are now underway into finding out what exactly triggered the blaze, which resulted in the death of local man Christopher Byrne. It's understood the Health and Safety Authority will now forensically examine the ambulance. Their investigation is likely to be long and complex. It could take months before it's completed. The initial focus, it seems, remains on the oxygen supplies inside the ambulance. The HSE has issued a safety notice to paramedics to check all oxygen containers. Follow-up checks by a maintenance company are also due to take place. SIPTU has called for a full examination of the ambulance fleet in the wake of the incident, but the HSE has said at the moment that is not warranted.
A boy who from the age of 6 was abused and raped by his father has told the Central Criminal Court that he wanted to end his life before he was taken into care. The court was hearing victim impact evidence in the case of a 66-year-old man who was convicted of rape and cruelty after a 7-week trial last May. The boy's mother was also convicted of cruelty. Both parents will be sentenced next month. Our courts reporter, Vivian Traynor.
This case was described in court as a catalogue of horror. A young boy said he was beaten and abused almost daily. At the age of 8, he was taken into care. Later, he disclosed years of sexual abuse at the hands of his father, a 66-year-old who in May was convicted of rape and cruelty. In a victim impact statement, the boy said while living with his parents, he wanted to end his life. He said his childhood was taken away and only began in foster care. He remains in a specialist care unit in the UK and said he was always afraid his father would find him. Now he said he was glad he was in prison. He said he was trying to cast away all the memories of what his father did, trying to empty the boxes in his head. A psychiatric report said the impact of what happened to the boy could not be underestimated, and he faces difficulties in the future. Defence counsel said the boy had some happy times and it was not the house of horrors portrayed by the prosecution. The man is set to appeal his conviction. The boy's mother was also convicted of cruelty. Both parents will be sentenced next month. Vivian Traynor, RTE News at the Central Criminal Court.
A solicitor for the family of the Sinn Féin official Dennis Donaldson has said they do not believe the IRA killed him or that the shooting in County Donegal was sanctioned by the Sinn Féin president Gerry Adams. Mr Adams has denied the claim, which was made in the BBC Spotlight programme broadcast earlier this week. Here's Brendan Wright of our Northern staff.
Kieran Shields, a lawyer for the Donaldson family, met the Garda Deputy Assistant Commissioner Derek Byrne and two other senior officers for an update on the progress of their investigation into the murder of Dennis Donaldson, who was shot dead in Donegal in 2006. Afterwards, Kieran Shields said that the one theme that came out of the meeting is that the theory that was being advanced by the BBC Spotlight programme, that the killing was carried out by the Provisional IRA or sanctioned by Gerry Adams, was absolute nonsense. Mr Shields says the family's view was that the claims just do not stand up and they do not marry with the lines of inquiry that have been progressed by the Gardaí. Brendan Wright, RTE News, Belfast.
And the time now is 8.5 minutes past 6.
RTE Radio 1 weather with...
はい、ハープの街ゴートですけど、ポイントはゴートで高速道路が終わっているということです。建設中ですけど、ゴールウェイの手前のゴートからいつできるかっていうのはちょっとまだ見えてないですね。ゴールウェイまでは高速道路は行ってません。ゴート、いわゆる GORT、ゴールウェイの手前のゴートで高速道路は終わりじゃないですか。
Winds will reach strong gale force at times on coast from Slinehead to Errishead to Rossong Point. Tomorrow will be wet and windy, mild with highest daytime temperatures 17 to 19 degrees.
RTE Radio 1 Traffic and Travel with the Hyundai Tucson, Ireland's best-selling car. Hyundai. Believe everything you hear.
Latest travel news from the AA. Starting at Kildare, the crash on the N7 Dublin to Limerick road southbound at Junction 7 Kill has been cleared, but there's also a breakdown between Junction 8 Johnstown and Junction 9 Naas North. It's still busy on that route from Junction 7 to Junction 9. Also slow on the N4 Lucan Road outbound between the M50 and Junction 4A Dodsborough, and we have had reports too of a crash on the M50 southbound off ramp at Junction 9 Red Cow. In the city, it's still very heavy on the Dorset Street Swords Road route and also on Gardiner Street outbound from Beresford Place to Summerhill. In Galway, it's busy both ways on the Tuam Road between Cemetery Cross and Bohernagh Drive, while in Limerick, Gardaí are dealing with a crash on the N20 Cork Road at Benoak. And finally in Donegal, it's very heavy around Letterkenny this evening, particularly on Pearse Road and the Port Road. Chris Jones, AA Road Watch.
Thank you very much, Chris. Now, tomorrow the British Labour Party will elect its leader, and all the signals are that Jeremy Corbyn will retain his job comfortably, despite a challenge from Owen Smith. Corbyn's strength with the party's grassroots and campaign groups won him a surprise victory last year, but the Labour leader has little support within his own parliamentary party. Despite the struggles at the top, Labour has become a huge movement with over 500,000 members. In a moment, I'll ask elections expert Tim Bay if there are lessons for Ireland and specifically Irish Labour from the British experience. But first, I'm joined on the line by Kevin Maguire, Associate Editor of The Mirror. And Kevin, is it a case of not if Jeremy Corbyn wins, but by how much?
I think it is, John, and many people in Owen Smith's camp concede he is lost, and I suspect in a way, rather than count the vote, he's very, very confident, Jeremy Corbyn. He's already talking to some of the rebel MPs who quit his front bench and triggered the contest on their return. And in fact, he'll win tomorrow. I think that is without doubt. And really the question now about how he moves forward, how does he reunite his team in Westminster, and how does he utilise that enthusiasm of all those people who joined and root out those who come in and spill poison and just abuse others.
Presumably he's going to have to try heal the wounds.
he will have to try and heal the wounds. It won't be entirely easy for him because a lot of bad blood has flowed. A lot of very harsh words were exchanged in the contest with Owen Smith, and Owen Smith himself has said he will not serve with Jeremy Corbyn. But there's no doubt some people who did quit will want to return, partly because they recognise that Labour does not have a snowball in hell's chance at the general election whenever it comes, if it is bitterly divided. But they're also aware this huge influx of new members, most of whom back Jeremy Corbyn, will have votes when local constituency parties select candidates for the next election. So if they're seen to be cooperating, if not exactly enthusiastic about Jeremy Corbyn, they're more likely to retain their seats.
If you were dispensing advice to Jeremy Corbyn, what would it be?
If I was dispensing advice to Jeremy Corbyn, I would say to him, do not be triumphalist. You'll have won a very decisive and important mandate, but you must reach out and recognise Labour, like all political parties, as a coalition. So do not just work with those who enthusiastically back you. You must get those on side who are sceptical or occasionally absolutely opposed to you. You have to woo them, because Labour will no doubt go into the next election with a very left programme. The opinion polls suggest it will lose. I think you can win from the left, but you need to be a united party, and Labour is anything but united at the moment.
So presumably the retention of the leadership by Corbyn is thoroughly good news for the Tories?
Well, they certainly think so, and I'm in Liverpool now for the result tomorrow morning. We get it about 11:30, but I spent the week in Westminster, and the Tories are a curious mixture of glee and disbelief at what's happening at the Labour Party, but they're pretty confident, although I suspect under Theresa May they are not as solid and united as they would like us to pretend. And the Brexit negotiations are going to be incredibly difficult, and there will inevitably be shouts of betrayal from either those who support the soft or the hard options. The economy isn't as robust as they would like us to think. We've seen a ministerial resignation today. The NHS is really ailing now. So Labour was in some sort of decent shape. It could be in with a shout. And also the UKIP is slipping back now since Nigel Farage has gone, although the danger for Labour there is the UKIP voters will go to the Tories rather than to Labour.
OK, Kevin. We're also joined, as I said, by Tim Bale, Professor of Politics at Queen Mary University of London and the author of 5-Year Mission, the Labour Party under Ed Miliband. Tim, the question I put to Kevin, if you are giving advice, free advice to Jeremy Corbyn and his supporters, what would you be saying?
Well, I suspect some people might say step down for the good of the Labour Party, because if he stays as leader, I'm afraid Kevin's absolutely right. They really are heading for a big fall. I mean, at the moment, we're looking at opinion polls that put the Conservatives, and this is mid-term, about 10 points clear of Labour. Normally in this phase of the election cycle, you would expect Labour to be 10 points ahead of the Conservatives. So if things carry on like this, they really are going to get hammered next time around. And maybe some Labour MPs are thinking that would be the best thing in some ways. That will be the only way to get rid of a leader who they think is hopeless but seems determined to cling on.
Now, there's been a lot of criticism, obviously, from certain quarters of this open membership system and the £3 for a right to vote. But what are the benefits to a party of this kind of influx of new blood?
Well, I mean, as far as the new members are concerned, and this organisation Momentum, which very much favours this idea of a Labour Party which is also a social movement, it's a whole new way of doing politics. They think what large membership can do is get under the radar of a media that they feel is biased against Jeremy Corbyn and against the left, and convince people, as it were, on the doorstep through community organising to move towards Labour. I'm rather sceptical about that. There doesn't seem to be much evidence that the new members in particular are particularly keen on getting out and doing the kind of grunty canvassing work that sort of organising in some senses, requires. A lot of them are into Twitter and Facebook, but that doesn't actually get you many votes in the end. You know, you've got to knock on people's doors and get them to vote for you.
So too much democracy, not necessarily a good thing.
No, not always. Particularly, I think, because if MPs are seen as delegates of their members, then they have very little option and very little incentive and very little room to take account of the people who ultimately whose votes they need, i.e. the electors. MPs really have to take account of voters who aren't necessarily, dyed-in-the-wool Labour people and aren't ideologically on the left. The old cliche about elections being won in the centre is, I'm afraid, true when you operate in the first-past-the-post system.
Now, the Irish Labour Party had a bit of a drubbing in the general election last February. Its vote was down to 4.5%. It has just 7 seats left, and Brendan Howlin, its leader, says his target is to double that number and to double the party's membership. This notion of going the direction of mass membership as the UK Labour Party has, is this good thinking?
Well, I mean, I think in some ways it makes more sense in a more proportional system to carve out a more radical platform, perhaps. It gives you a USP when there are lots of parties around, as there are in the Republic of Ireland. And I think if from the point of view of a more radical party, then a sort of grassroots directed membership-based party can be a good thing. I think the problem comes for large mainstream centrist parties who have to take account of voters in the middle and can't be steered by their members. But for the Irish Labour Party, that might not be a bad strategy.
Now, you're well known for advising Fianna Fáil on how to recover after an electoral shellacking. Are your services, I won't say free, because you're obviously not free, but are you available for hire for any political party here who wants to avail of your extensive expertise? Has your phone been off the hook, in other words?
I'm always open to it. I mean, it's one thing that I haven't been taking is any course in the Labour Party in Britain. So I think they'll have to learn their own lessons, and unfortunately, I think it will be in a general election when they're going to learn that lesson. It will be a very hard one.
Tim Bale, Professor of Politics at Queen Mary University of London and author of 5-Year Mission, the Labour Party under Ed Miliband. Thank you for joining us. We'll be finding out what's happening this weekend in a moment.
Drive Time on RTE Radio 1 with Ulster Bank, supporting your healthcare business with the experience we bring, because helping each other is help for what matters. Ulster Bank Ireland DAC is regulated by the Central Bank of Ireland.
I have to see him. If you leave this house, I'm calling the police.
Gillian Anderson. Will he live? And Jamie Dornan.
Why didn't you feed him? Why didn't you cry her?
But she was afraid for her life.
Return in a new series of The Fall.
We're so safe now.
Season 3, Sunday at 9:30 on RTE1 television.
Fill your trolley with value you really want with your favourite big brands at your local Super Value. Fairy non-bio powder 65 wash, only €9. Enjoy fresh Irish extra lean round steak mince in our €3 meat sale. Plus save with our Super Value long grain rice 1 kilogram, only $1.29. See in store and online. Super Value. We believe in value.
Visit the 51st Annual Irish Antique Dealers Fair in the RDS this Friday to Sunday. See a vast range of the most beautiful antiques available in Ireland today, from jewellery and silver to furniture and paintings. Also featuring 21st century design classics. Now's the time to buy with confidence. The Irish Antique Dealers Fair this weekend in the RDS.
It's Friday. This is what Friday feels like. And tonight's Euro Millions jackpot is an astonishing €25 million. Make this Friday feeling last forever. Play now via the app, in-store, or at lottery.ie. Estimated jackpot.
Your weekend starts with the Irish Times. The Men of Ireland Speak Up, a new series, How to Be a Man, seeks their views on masculinity, feminism and everything in between. In the US, Trump's popularity remains undimmed. Simon Carswell meets his Irish supporters to find out why they're voting for Donald. And Jennifer O'Connell charts the rise and fall of Brangelina. On the weekend with the Irish Times Weekend Edition. The Irish Times, you are what you read.
Drive Time on RTE Radio 1 with Ulster Bank, helping you open new doors with commercial property expertise, because helping each other for what matters. Ulster Bank Ireland DAC is regulated by the Central Bank of Ireland.
Now I'm delighted to be joined by Rona Tarrant, who's going to tell us what's happening everywhere this weekend. You're starting here in Dublin, Rona, with the Festival of History. What's that about?
Yeah, so there's great stuff going on. It's on at the Printworks at Dublin Castle all weekend for people. It's for people who even have a passing interest in history. So first of all, I'll start with a series of talks. Did you know that Stalin apparently was a big fan of Shakespeare?
I didn't.
Well, there you go. And apparently he was a voracious reader. When he died, he had a library and there was over 20,000 books in it. So tomorrow you can find out what else was in his collection, what else he was reading, with a talk with Jeffrey Roberts at 12 o'clock. Aside from that, there's talks on things like negotiating with terrorists and the history of that, World War I. John Bowman as well is going to be there at 2 o'clock doing a talk on his new book, Ireland, the Autobiography, Eyewitness Accounts of Irish Life since 1916. And then running alongside it, there's a family day. It's a big free drop-in day. They've got dress-up events for kids where you can put them in clothes of different eras. There's a room where you can build models of Dublin gone by. There's living history groups there as well with their memorabilia. There'll be a CPI book clinic, loads on, and it's on all day Sunday as well. And you can find out the details at dublinfestivalofhistory.ie.
And we're staying in Dublin for the second recommendation. The IFI is holding a documentary film festival.
Yeah, that's been going on all this week and it's running until Sunday. They've got a brilliant programme. I don't have time to go through the whole thing, but I've picked out one or two highlights. At 6:40 tomorrow evening, there's a really beautiful film and it's got attention all over the world. It's called Who's Going to Love Me Now? It's about a guy called Sarah Moaz, an Israeli man living in London who years ago he was shunned by his family back in Israel because he's gay. So Sarah is living with HIV, he's 40 and he really wants to reconnect with his family. So this film follows his journey home and his family and his community's reaction to him and what he's faced with their resentment and their prejudice, with these really sort of complex emotions. Gorgeous film. That's 6:40 tomorrow. And one I think I might go ahead to see myself is How to Defuse a Bomb, Project Children. This is a documentary people might remember. It was about a project set up by an Irish immigrant called Dennis Mulcahy who worked with the NYPD bomb squad. So he started this scheme to bring children from Northern Ireland to suburban US for these summer-long visits. Eventually over I think something like 20,000 children, Catholic and Protestant, were brought to the US, and the documentary goes back and it actually interviews them now as adults. And Bill Clinton actually makes a contribution to the doc, and there's loads of archive footage as well. It's on at the IFI on Sunday at 1:30, and there's a Q&A with the director, Des Henderson, afterwards, and you can find the rest of the details and the rest of the films at ifi.ie.
To Cork now, Rona, there's a comedy festival on there.
A great weekend to catch a bit of comedy in Cork. Barry Murphy, Alison Spittle, Dermot and Dave and Deirdre O'Kane. There's some of the highlights, and there's venues all over Cork, like Roundy's, the Opera House, the Everyman, the Imperial Hotel. At the Opera House tomorrow night, the Big House Party's on. That's sort of the big event of the weekend. Bernard O'Shea, Foil Arms and Hog, and Neil Delamere performing there. If you want to make a night of it, the City Limits Comedy Club goes from 9 o'clock at night till 3 a.m. Jason Byrne, Ross Brown from The Fear, so much more. You'll get all the details at corkcomedyfest.com. And also in Cork tomorrow, there is a beer festival on from 2 to 10 tomorrow. Very trendy these days. Craft beer products from all over Ireland, live music with the likes of the Frank and Walters and King Kong Company, and it's great. IrishBeerFestival.ie.
A good mix, beer and comedy. To Limerick next, and jazz is all to go there this weekend.
Yeah, it's actually happening in Dolan's. They've got a great jazz festival on. They have the Dublin Jazz Orchestra tonight at 8, and then tomorrow David O'Rourke plays there. He's the New York-based jazz guitarist, and then on Sunday afternoon 2:30 he's going to be joining Hugh Buckley, Joe Callahan and Tommy Halferty on stage for the finale. Looks like a great weekend. Also going to Wicklow, there's a trad festival on there this weekend that's going on in Hollywood with Willa, Lynched and Henry Girls among the performers. It's on in venues all over the town. Most of the gigs are ticketed, but it does raise funds for the local music school, so it's a good cause, and the full lineup is at music.underthemountains.com.
The Oyster Festival is back in Galway.
Yeah, it's on all weekend in Galway City with what they call the Oyster Olympics taking place tomorrow. And then on Sunday, Vela Bia Amara is going on from 12 to 7 with seafood music and loads of events for kids. Tickets for that are €15, but kids under 12 go free, and it's GalwayOysterFestival.com.
And a film that made its world premiere at the Galway Film Flarona is out in Irish cinemas this week.
Yeah, I spoke about this actually a few months back. It's The Siege of Jadaville, which people have heard a lot about. At the time, it was a real coup for the film flat because it's got such great reviews. It stars Jamie Dornan, which is always great, and it's the story of Irish UN soldiers who fought in the Congo in 1961. It's available on Netflix Netflix, by the way, in October if you can't get out to see it in the cinema this weekend. Other than that, there's a few good films worth checking out that have been out in the last few weeks. The Young Offenders was out last week, and that's the Irish production inspired by the real news story about drugs washing up in West Cork. And then the film features these two guys leaving Cork City for the terrifying countryside, and it follows their adventures. It's got great reviews, worth checking out. And also worth checking out this weekend, Ron Howard's new documentary, The Beatles, 8 Days a Week. You've probably heard about this yourself. It's archive footage, new footage, looking at the early days of the Beatles, where they're rushing to capitalise on this newfound fame because they didn't think it would last, and how the dynamic of the band changed. And just when you thought everything was known and said about the Beatles, this film has received rave reviews.
And finally, back to the history theme, Rona, there's another event for history lovers in Sligo, the Celtic Fringe Festival going on there until Sunday.
Yeah, so the festival has its roots, basically, I'll tell you very briefly. It's 1588, the Spanish Armada sank off the coast of Sligo. It was a terrible tragedy. Over 1,100 people died that day, and those who survived ended up on Strida Beach, where they were taken in by locals. So this festival is all about commemorating that event. From 9 to 5 tomorrow at Sligo City Hall, there's a fantastic day of talks on maritime history and the Armada in Ireland. Tickets €15 for that. There's a big commemoration on Sunday too, which begins at Spanish Navy vessels sailing from Strida to Mulletmore, and then there's a family day with food and music and the Army Band from Athlone, and it's CelticFringeFest.com is the website.
Rona Tarrant, thank you very much. Back in a moment with the news headlines and sport.
Many of us believe we have life insurance, when we may just have mortgage cover. Protecting your home is important, but with VHI Life, you can help make sure your family will be financially supported should you die. VHI Life is life insurance made simple for only €21.39 a month. And VHI Healthcare members get a 10% discount. Call us on 1890 444444 or search VHI Life. €21.39 per month is based on a 37-year-old non-smoker for a 20-year term and cover of €200,000 and includes the 1% insurance levy. VHI Healthcare Limited, trading as VHI Healthcare, is regulated by the Central Bank of Ireland. VHI Healthcare is tied to Zurich Life Assurance plc for VHI lifetime insurance. Terms and conditions apply.
Arnott's Home and Furniture event is now on. With huge savings in home and furniture, get to Arnott's today.
Oh, hang on, bed linen?
Yes, hundreds of offers across top brands. Arnott's Home and Furniture event.
Leather sofas?
Yes.
Kettles, toasters?
Yes, hundreds of offers in Ireland's biggest department store. Don't miss the Arnott's Home and Furniture event with up to 50% off. In store or at arnotts.ie now.
And meadows and burn and autumn and new colours and textures and snuggling up and getting cosy and furniture and friends and kicking leaves and a harvest moon and candles and lanterns. And that was an owl. And next door turning off their hedge trim finally and dining in and pouring out. And cushions and throws and petrol blue and green tea and this from Keats. And simple and comfortable and hot and meadows and meadowsandburn.com.
It's 6:30, the news headlines. Taoiseach Enda Kenny has urged management and unions at Dublin Bus to engage in talks in an effort to resolve the ongoing pay dispute. A solicitor for the family of Dennis Donald.
はい、車は間もなくゴールウェイ。アイルランド第3の都市になりますかね。第4か。ダブリン、コーク、そしてリムリックもしくはゴールウェイといった感じでしょうかね。ちょうど今夜の6時半、ラッシュアワー、だいたい会社は5時で終わりますから、なおかつ今日金曜日、花金、交通量も多いです。安全運転で行きます。渋滞がね、結構ゴールは有名で、いろんな工事はしてるんですけども、やっぱりシティセンターは渋滞多いですね。間もなくしますとゴールの中心部に入ります。今日は停車しません。通過しまして、コネマラ地方の最大の都市、今音楽、アートフェスティバルやってますけど、クリフデンの方に向かいます。そして、バウロンのメーカー、バウロン奏者じゃなくバウロンメーカー、いわゆるバウロンを作る職人、世界のマラキー・カーンズが住んでいるラウンドストーン。昔東京にも天王洲でしたっけね、ラウンドストーンっていうお店がありましたけど、ここから撮ってると思いますけども、コネマラ地方に向かいます。まもなくゴールウェイです。
And finally, Gardaí are dealing with a crash on the N20 Cork-Limerick Road at Wanoog, with delays both ways on approach, especially southbound. Chris Jones, Road Watch.
Thank you very much, Chris. Time now for more sport. Joanne Cantwell.
Thank you, John. Good evening. On the day he confirmed he had signed at last a new contract with the FAI, the Republic of Ireland manager Martin O'Neill did not include any players from the SSE Electricity League champions in his provisional squad for Ireland's next two World Cup qualifiers.
Dundalk's impressive domestic form and great run in Europe, which sees them still involved in the group stage of the Europa League, was not enough to earn a call-up for the likes of Darrell Horgan, although Martin O'Neill did cite a heavy schedule for the Irish champions as the reason behind this. Dundalk can go 8 points clear at the top of the Premier Division with a win this evening, although the rivals Cork will have 2 games in hand. Dundalk welcome Derry City to Oriel Park, and there for us is John Kenny.
Yeah, having drawn with Shamrock Rovers on Tuesday, Dundalk's incredibly busy end of season continues tonight with a difficult game against third place Derry City. Dundalk 5 points ahead of second place Cork City, who are in Sligo tomorrow but have played a game more, and with the top two, a meeting of the top two now rearranged for Tuesday the 11th of October. There's still a lot to play for before the title is decided this season. As you mentioned, there's probably disappointment in Dundalk circles as well, the fact that no player from their squad has made the Republic of Ireland as 33 provisional squad for the World Cup qualifiers. It'll be interesting to see the reaction from up here after the game. Tonight's game is live on RT2 television. Derry lost 5-0 to Stephen Kenny's side at the Brandywell back in July. Won't be that bad again tonight, I reckon, and will provide stiff opposition tonight. Kickoffs here 7:45. One of a number of games on tonight. Joanne, Bowes against Longford, Finn Harps against St. Pat's, Shamrock Rovers against Galway, and Wexford against Bray are the other games taking place tonight.
Thank you, John. And just to mention one of those, with just 3 home games remaining, second from bottom Wexford Youths will be hosting Bray, as John said. And I know that this is a critical tie if they're going to hold on to their Premier League status. The reason this one is particularly eye-catching is because, of course, Wexford's inspirational hurler Lee Chin has been training with the side all week and is definitely in the squad for tonight's game. Now, the starting team has not been named yet, but there's a very strong chance that you will see Lee Chin appearing for Wexford Youth this evening.
Is there anything he can do?
Certainly not. If he is anything, if he's even half as good a soccer player as he is a hurler, Wexford are onto a winner there. He's one of the best hurlers you can watch in the game at the moment, so I've no doubt he'll be an interesting person to watch in action for Wexford Youth this evening if he does come on, but I suspect that he may very well do so. Burnley striker Andre Gray, he's been banned for 4 matches for comments he made on social media more than 4 years ago. Gray had been charged with bringing the game into disrepute because of a series of homophobic tweets which were written while he was playing non-league football. He apologised unreservedly when they came into the public domain and said they were written when he was a different person. Gray and Burnley have both accepted the 4-game ban. Rory McIlroy should just be teeing off about now on round 2 of the season-ending Tour Championship. The Irish Open champion is 2 under par after yesterday's play. That puts him 2 shots behind the leading trio, but that trio includes Dustin Johnson, the man McIlroy is hoping to overtake in the FedEx Cup standings. No big moves have been made yet by any of the early starters, so birdies are not looking as if they are easy to come by on day 2. That's unlike at the European Open, where several players are absolutely blitzing the course in Bavaria. Frenchman Alexander Levy, he leads it by 6 shots now. He has picked up 8 shots in his second round to go to 17 under par. He is currently playing the last hole on 17 under with that 6-shot lead. Martin Keimer, Ross Fisher and Robert Carlson all share second place on 11 under. Carlson is 9 under for his round and he still has 3 holes of that round to play. Paul Dunn is 6 under par. Michael Hoey is 4 under. Rory McGee has dropped though to 2 under and below the projected cut line. Leinster have had a decent start to the Guinness Pro 12 season, and tonight they welcome Ospreys to the RDS. One of their biggest stars is in their lineup for the first time this season as well. The latest from the RDS with Michael Corcoran.
Joanne, let's put this in perspective. Leinster unbeaten in the last 16 Guinness Pro 12 home games since February 2015, while last weekend the Ospreys became the first side to record maximum league points after 3 rounds of the competition. And the Welsh side are now, after recording a try bonus point in each of the last 7 games in this championship. But you rightly headlined a player who's making his very, very welcome comeback into the starting team for Leinster tonight. That's Jonathan Sexton wearing jersey 10, up against a fellow who's no mean outside half himself. That's Dan Bigger for the Ospreys, who also feature Alan Wynne-Jones, an incredible player who will make his 200th appearance for the Ospreys here at the RDS this evening. And certainly with the jump start that the Ospreys have made, the pressure is on Leinster to try and deliver, but they have a pretty good record against the Ospreys. Only 1 defeat against the Ospreys in their last 9 encounters, and Ospreys' last victory here at the RDS was in the 2012 final. But certainly with internationals plenty on either side as well as on the bench,
it really does promise to be a mouth-watering occasion.
It definitely does, and another one that promises to be mouth-watering is the one that is happening in Scottstown. Ulster looking for their 4th win on the trot, their 4th win from 4 in the Pro 12 this season, but they're also looking for what would be just their first ever win in Scottstown. They kick off against Glasgow at 7:35.
Okay, Joanne, in a moment we'll be previewing an event that we would expect to have plenty of ground hurling, the first US presidential debate.
Come on, Charlie, go for a goal.
Yes, we're through to the final. I'm in such a mess, though. Mum's gonna kill me.
Well done, Charlie. Is there any mud left on the pitch? Not to worry. A quick wash with Persil capsules will sort out that gear.
Phew.
Keep on top of your game. Persil capsules, now in a bigger pack, with powerful stain removal in every spin, allowing your kids to unleash their potential. Always keep away from children.
And meadows and burn and autumn and new colours and textures and snuggling up and getting cosy and furniture and friends and kicking leaves and a harvest moon and candles and lanterns. And that was an owl. And next door turning off their hedge trimmer finally and dining in and pouring out. And cushions and throws and petrol blue and green tea and this from Keats.
Season of mist and mellow fruit.
And simple and comfortable and autumn and meadows and burn and meadowsandburn.com.
Ireland's first Mental Health and Wellbeing Summit, in partnership with Leia Healthcare, takes place October 14th at the Aviva Stadium. Learn more about mental health from the experts and personal experience speakers. It's open to everyone and includes access to speakers, workshops and exhibitions. Book now on mentalhealthandwellbeingsummit.com.
On the Business with Richard Curran.
We meet Joanne Hession, the woman guiding Ireland's entrepreneurs to their full potential. Seniority complex, never mind the millennials, how are marketeers targeting old money? And Irish animation, punching above its weight.
I remember to this day the physical shock of seeing those drawings move and knowing that that's what I want to do for the rest of my life. Just bang, like bang, and that was it.
That's The Business, Saturday morning at 10 on RTE Radio 1.
The Business on RTE Radio 1, sponsored by VHI Healthcare. Our experts giving your employees peace of mind.
Drive time on RTE Radio 1 with Ulster Bank, helping you invest in the future of your farm, because helping each other is help for what matters. Ulster Bank Ireland DAC is regulated by the Central Bank of Ireland.
Next Monday night sees the first US presidential debate between Republican nominee Donald Trump and his Democrat opponent Hillary Clinton. The debate will take place at Hofstra University in New York, a state that both candidates call home. I'm joined on the line now by Mario Murillo, who is Professor of Communications at Hofstra. And Professor Murillo, how big a deal is this for the country, for the candidates, and indeed for your college?
Well, I think for the college, starting from the small points, it's a big deal. It's the third election cycle in a row that the university is hosting one of these big presidential debates, and obviously it draws a lot of attention to the campus, to students. There's a complete buzz of activity going on in terms of other events that are kind of tied and building up to the actual debate, the discussions that are being held on campus, and obviously the excitement of having dozens of media trucks. It's like a circus atmosphere right now, and also sort of like a lockdown atmosphere, because you see lots of security. You see the entire North Campus completely kind of closed down as they get ready for the Monday night event. Obviously, the security services and all of that is pretty overwhelming. For the country, I think it's the culmination of what many observers, including myself, who've been following politics for the better part of my life, it's probably the ugliest and longest and most drawn-out presidential campaign that I remember, and I know a lot of colleagues of mine feel the same way. And this is, I guess, the home stretch, if you will. And people are sort of saying, well, let's just get this over with quick, because it has been a very unique presidential campaign.
So the debate itself then on Monday night, what will Hillary Clinton be trying to achieve during the course of it?
Well, I think Hillary Clinton is going to try to not fall apart, not look like, I keep hearing analysts talking about that she has to be firm and smart, but she also can't be focused on the minutiae of her policy statements, considering that Donald Trump has been winning political points not by specifics, but more by general, grandiose proclamations about what he's going to do to quote-unquote make America great again. So there's a lot of people saying that she has to try not to be too specific in terms of policy. She also, again, this is a double standard between male and female candidates, especially at this level, which we've really never seen before, that she can't look too snarky or too angry. She has to try to maintain a different kind of presence on stage.
And what about Donald Trump? Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon.
No, well, I was going to say Donald Trump. I think, the standards have been so low with Donald Trump on every level. I mean, he's gotten away basically for the last 18 months with lie after lie, and I'm saying that deliberately. It's obviously, as a commentator and as a journalist, some people are reluctant to say that, but I think slowly but surely people are coming around to the realization that he's gotten this far, and it has not impacted him any way politically, notwithstanding the fact that he has been, completely misinformed and presenting untruths on a regular basis throughout the campaign. So I think the stress is probably much more on Hillary Clinton right now as we head into the debate.
And presumably Donald Trump will have to be on his best behavior.
I'm not sure about that. I think, again, my feeling is that these debates, they ultimately become kind of really just kind of stamping the debate and turning up the people who are already good. I think it's really hard to say that there are many undecideds in this election. It depends on the polls that you watch, but I think the country is definitely divided, and I think most of them are going to come out with essentially trying to solidify the base that they have. I don't see Trump trying to come into a middle ground and trying to convince quote-unquote undecideds.
And tell me this much, Mario, will you endure sleepless nights this weekend? Looking forward to it.
Well, I'm looking forward to it ending, actually. My approach really is focusing on students. My focus has been in the classroom, and I think a lot of my colleagues that I work with on the campus in this organization, the Center for Civic Engagement, where we try to go beyond the kind of flashy rhetoric of the campaigns, the slogans, and in many ways, obviously, the highly stage-managed, in many respects, propaganda event. The debate turns out to be a very closed, controlled event, and really focus on the issues that people in the community are concerned about. So we're hosting and organizing a big community viewing debate, where we're inviting local organizations, local high schools, to watch the debate together, to prior to that, many issues of health and local environment, sustainability questions, issues of economic development, issues of police, community relations, all of those on how those are directly affecting either candidate. And so our focus is really showing and trying to explain to students that the political democracy that we're supposedly celebrating on Monday night, it's not, we shouldn't be focusing on it every 4-year event, that it's something that has to be ingrained in participation, civic engagement on a regular daily basis throughout the other 3.5 years in which we're not focused on this campaign. So it's a great teaching moment in that regard, and in that regard I'm very excited about it, but definitely as far as the spectacle, I'm very much looking forward to it being behind me.
Okay, Mario Murillo, Professor of Communications at Hofstra University in the state of New York, thank you very much for joining us. We're back in a moment with Brian Carthy and the championship.
They've taken you for granted and haven't shown you enough love, so it's time to break up with your home insurer. At SuperValue Insurance, we'll work harder to make you love us with 2 months free home insurance. So call 1890 11 11 11 and we'll give you €50 in shopping vouchers too. Just call 1890 11 11 11. Find the same great rates online at supervalue.ie/insurance. The big insurance breakup from SuperValue Insurance. Offer ends October 31st.
Terms and conditions apply. 2 months free cover for new private home customers only and is equivalent to a 17% discount. All discounts subject to a minimum premium of €241.50 including levies. Musgrave Financial Services Limited trading as SuperValue Insurance is regulated by the Central Bank of Ireland, and SuperValue Home Insurance is underwritten by AIG Europe Limited.
In 40 months, it'll be the year 2020. What's your 2020 strategy? How important are people to your organization's success? Attracting talent, driving innovation and high performance. I'm John Ryan from Great Place to Work. Like to learn more about creating an environment where your employees thrive and perform? Join our September roadshow in Cork, Limerick, Galway and Dublin. Register for free at greatplacetowork.ie.
This Friday's Euro Millions jackpot is an astonishing €25 million. Winning that would probably feel a bit like... Make that Friday feeling last forever. Play an app, in-store or online at lottery.ie. Estimated jackpot.
This year, Mitsubishi Electric proudly marks its 35th year in Ireland. As a global leading green company, we're applying our technologies to contribute to society and daily life in Ireland and around the world, sharing visions of a better tomorrow. We're leading the field in advanced air conditioning and Ecodan domestic heat pumps to robotics and factory automation. Mitsubishi Electric Ireland, heating, cooling and automating your world.
RTE Radio 1. I'm Bear Grylls, and this year I'm taking on my greatest challenge ever. A live theatrical spectacular like you've never seen before.
Bear Grylls presents Endeavour. Your adventure awaits October 19th, 3 Arena.
Using cutting-edge video mapping technology, daring stunts and audience participation to put you at the heart of the action.
Tickets available now.
Endeavour, the live arena spectacular. Entertainment updates with RTE Radio 1.
And I'm delighted to be joined now by our Gaelic Games correspondent, Brian Carthy. And Brian, I know we're going to focus in a moment on events in Croke Park this Sunday, the TG Car All-Ireland Ladies Football Championship Final. But before that, the big GA news of the week, Davy Fitz's departure from Clare. Did you see it?
I didn't. I was somewhat surprised that David Fitzgerald stepped down as manager. Of course, John, as we know, he guided Clare to All-Ireland success in 2013. He had success again this year, winning the Alliance League title. There were 2 national titles. I didn't get a sense, but once the players decided that they were opting for change, or there were some of them at least in favour, it was the right decision. Strangely, having talked with David Fitzgerald throughout the year in interviews and having met him, I thought I never saw him as happy and more content in himself and whatever. But I suppose you're determined by results, although if you look back at maybe Clare's record, another one in 95 and 97, and then David came along as a player and a manager, winning then in 2013. He was a player in 95 and 97. But as I say, once the players spoke, I think you're better off moving on because they hold the power. I'm not quite sure whether they were all in favour of a change, but he handled it very well, I thought.
You think so?
Well, you move on. I mean, there was no point staying if some of the players don't need. We've had a history of that. Even we'll say in the situation with Anthony Cunningham, we have Mayo in the Ireland this year. They lost their managers last year as well.
It's becoming a bit of a pattern, isn't it?
It is. What's happening now is that Clare are on the lookout for a manager, and there'll be a few, people very interested in that. I suppose one of those would be Anthony Daly, Donald Maloney, Jerry O'Connor. They were very successful. I saw that under 21 team. And there's no guarantee just because you win under 21 titles that you're going to have senior success as well. But to be others as well, Brian Lohan is involved. Anthony Cunningham, the former Galway manager, might put his name in there as well. And maybe the Sparrow Loughlin.
Yes, another possibility. I suppose once the players take this initiative, though, they're putting pressure on themselves, aren't they?
They're putting pressure on themselves, and I would have thought there was pressure on Mayo this year, but the way they delivered last Sunday, they were quite magnificent, and people have been saying how Dublin underperformed, but at the same time, it was the way that Mayo functioned on the day with fluency. Furthermore, there were some of the key Mayo players who didn't perhaps perform to their best as well, so there will be improvement required there, so it's no foregone conclusion next Saturday.
No, certainly not. And you were down Castlebar during the week, and the mood was upbeat, yeah?
Very much so. Very confident about it. As I've often said before, replays never follow the same pattern as drawn games, so first and foremost, we might have a dry day.
We'll wait and see. What's on the GA agenda this weekend, right?
Well, 3 finals down for decision on Sunday, John. The TG Car Senior decider between Cork and Dublin will start at 4 o'clock. Clare will play Kildare in the intermediate decider at 1:45. Longford and Antrim will face each other in the junior final at 11:45. And it's special, I always feel, that the 3 finals are in Croke Park, a chance for the ladies Gaelic football to showcase their talent.
Indeed, and it has been, the day itself has been attracting big crowds in recent years, and I know they're trying to break the record of 33,000.
That's it. That was said quite a number of years ago, back in the early, 2001 or so. But huge interest, John, in the senior final. It'll be the third year in a row for Cork and Dublin to meet in the final. Cork beat Dublin in 2014-2015, so a massive incentive now for the Dublin players on Sunday. They make one change from the side that defeated Mayo in the semi-final. Molly Lamb replaces Sorika Furlong. So we'll get the views from the Dublin camp now, and their manager Gregory McGonigal is confident that the team will keep very much to the process that has served them so well up to now.
We've been doing a lot of things right from the point of training and trying, whatever lessons we can take out of our semi-final and quarter-final ones over Donegal and Mayo, and try and implement them in. Obviously, look at Cork as regards how they're going to play and try and come up with a plan. But again, it's more about looking at their own performance and making sure that our players can deliver a performance in the day. Mayo would have been possibly the form team this year as well. Possibly should have picked Cork in the National League final back in early May. So from our point of view, we had a very good first half. We sort of went off script a bit in the second half, so we, as a team, we've already reviewed it. We've looked at what was our reasons for going off sort of script and how do we actually make sure that we stay focused. But again, we don't give credit to Mayo. Every team's going to have a bit of a purple patch in the game, so it's trying to restrict Cork come Sunday, of trying to have that sort of dominance where we can try and break it up and try and counter it.
And that's Dublin manager there, Gregory McGonigal. Brian, you've also been talking to a few others in the Dublin camp.
I have. This is an exceptionally good Dublin team, John. They just overcame Mayo by a point in the semi-final. Sinead Ahern converted a free late on to secure the victory there. The Dublin captain is Noel Healy. Personally gives her assessment of Dublin's performances so far in Championship 2016.
I think it's been a very positive championship. We had a really strong Leinster campaign, and we were delighted obviously to get the 5 row first Dublin team to do that. That was a great achievement for us as a group of players. It was probably a bit stuttered our first 2 games. We didn't have a great start in the first half against Donegal. We were behind at half time, and then kind of showed great character to come back. Again in the Mayo game, we had a brilliant first half, and then they really pressed us in the second. But again, we feel like there's a lot of lessons there to be learned, and so from that point of view, it's been a really good championship for us.
Are you conscious that you have to overcome the disappointments of recent years and try and nail this one and win it? And again, facing you in the other corner, if you like, Cork.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you can't deny, the last 2 years didn't end the way we wanted them to. We're hugely proud of getting to back All-Irelands and getting back for a 3rd year kind of shows, I suppose a bit of character that we do have in our team, and, we kind of brush ourselves off and go again, and I think that was kind of a big message for us this year, and, hopefully in the final we'll kind of take those lessons as well. I always really enjoy playing against Cork. They're a fantastic team. They've been the team in ladies football, and rightly so, over the past few years. But I've had, great games that we played against each other. Obviously we probably didn't end up at the right end of the result, but they've been some of the best games that I've ever played in, most enjoyable, and I think we tend to bring out the best in each other.
Yes, that's Dublin captain Noel Healy. We should point out at this juncture, Brian, that Cork are the Kilkenny of ladies football. 10 out of the last 11 All-Ireland titles.
Incredible, a quite magnificent team, as you say. Breed Stack, Deirdre O'Reilly, Breach Corkery, Rena Buckley have played in all those 10 finals. They're remarkable achievements. Owen O'Sullivan comes into the Cork team for Sunday's final. The Cork manager is Aoife Fitzgerald, who told me that he's satisfied his team contains the right blend of youth and experience.
We still have a core of the more established girls like Deirdre O'Reilly, Breed Stack, Rena and Breach. Wouldn't be that old, but I would say the average age would be maybe 24, 25 when you take everybody else into consideration. But the core, I suppose the core of the successful Cork team would be coming up towards the 30.
And you've taken over from an iconic figure.
はい、ゴールの都市部、ちょっと神経使いますけど走り抜けまして、さらに、西に向かいまして、音楽の都クリフデンコネマラ地方に向かいます。ちょうど今クリフデンのアートフェスティバルやってて、今週いっぱい、かなり盛り上がってるみたいですけれども、クリフデン、そしてラウンドストーンといわゆるコネマラらしいコネマラ、カエルモアービーとかいろいろありますけれども、とにかくコネマラファンが多いんでね、いいところですけども、コネマラに向かいます。クリフデンに向かいます。ゴールを離れます。
Talk to dressing rooms about how many All-Irelands any girl has won. It's just the next game, the next training session, and they have to be commended for that, really.
And how would you put your own imprint on the team? That's very important for a manager coming in. I'm sure at the same time you don't want to change all the structures.
No, we changed very little. I mean, there was a kind of a seamless transition in that we had Frankie Honan and Per Leary who'd been involved with Eamon for a number of years, and I think Frankie had been there even prior to Eamon getting involved, so you know they knew the setup, and Bridget O'Brien, who's the liaison person with us, so it was quite a seamless transition from that point of view. But I also introduced James Masters, and he came in as coach with me, and Mike Carroll, who's the strength and conditioning coach, so there was a few new elements to it, but I suppose we haven't changed a whole lot. Like, my emphasis has always been on hard work and making sure that, I mean, that's all the girls can guarantee really at the end of the day.
Good enough then.
ちょうど向かいの森が見えると思いますけども、あれがいわゆる IDA、日本にもアイルランドハウス大使館の建物になります。アイルランドの IDA ゴールウェイのヘッドクォーター、拠点になります。 IDA ゴールウェイのビジネスパーク、富士通とかが結構投資してて、確かアイルランド国立大学ゴールウェイ校と一緒にラボ作ったり、ファイナンシャル、特にこっちは IT なのかな、結構日本企業も行ってこっちで結婚したとか話をちらほら聞きますけど、 IDA のゴールウェイ、これをかすめてクリフデンに向かいます。
What was very noticeable over the years was the hallmark of Cork teams, that resilience, perseverance, able to see out close games.
It's a good trait to be associated with us, but I suppose maybe sometimes we shouldn't find ourselves in those situations. We found ourselves against Monaghan, you know, trying to defend the goal line with the last minute when maybe we should have been up more than we were. I thought in the start of the second half we had an awful lot of possession and weren't capitalising on it. We weren't scoring, maybe taking the wrong options up in the forwards in particular, and you know, thankfully that day our backs was superior, like they were unbelievable, but I think in the forwards we did maybe leave ourselves down a bit, and it's something we've been working on going into the final.
And that's Cork captain Ciara O'Sullivan. Brian, thank you very much for joining us. A reminder that the championship at Brian is on at 10 o'clock tonight, and we have a bonus championship, the last of the series, next Friday night ahead of the All-Ireland football final replay. For now, thanks a million.
RTE Radio 1. Your weekend starts with the Irish Times. The Men of Ireland Speak Up. A new series, How to Be a Man, seeks their views on masculinity, feminism and everything in between. In the US, Trump's popularity remains undimmed. Simon Carswell meets his Irish supporters to find out why they're voting for Donald. And Jennifer O'Connell charts the rise and fall of Brangelina. Own the weekend with the Irish Times Weekend Edition. The Irish Times. You are what you read.
Power. We're always talking about it. We meet with power brokers for a power breakfast. We plug in the power cable. The steering of our car is power assisted. We speak of a power of good. The powers that be, the power behind the throne. So what about the power behind your pension? The power behind a Zurich pension is the sort that comes from winning best performance, best product and best pension management awards in the past 12 months. A pension powered by Zurich? Best speak to a financial broker or visit zurichlife.ie. Zurich, for those who truly love. Best investment performance and best pension product. Irish Brokers Association 2015. Pension Management Firm of the Year, Business and Finance 2016. Zurich Life Assurance PLC is regulated by the Central Bank of Ireland.
The Stella Line sale is now on. Save up to 20% when you take your car to Britain. Don't miss out. Book now at Stella Line.
ちなみに今夜の7時、間もなくあと2分で夜の7時ですけど、9月の後半でこの日の長さ7時、7時ですけどまだ明るいと。10月になるともとっくに暗くなるかな。夏はやっぱ夏至の頃なんか夜の11時ぐらいまだ明るいですよね、アイルランドは。日の長さはやっぱ大切なんで、なるべく基本的には日が出ているうちに車を走らせてるのが基本ですから、夜も走りますけど、夜は本当に明かりがないんで、アイルランドは基本的に田舎ですから、日本みたいに街灯っていうのがないから暗い中を走るんで結構神経使うっちゃ使いますよね。夜の7時ですけどまだこの明るさ、ゴールウェイからクリフデンに向かってます。
Updates on RTE Radio 1. Drive time on RTE Radio 1 with Ulster Bank for tailored foreign exchange solutions to suit your export needs. A team of dedicated experts is there for you. Ulster Bank Ireland DAC is regulated by the Central Bank of Ireland.
Alas, no time for on this day. We'll make it available online at rte.ie/drive time. That's it for this evening. Today's programme was produced by series producer Tom Donnelly. The broadcast coordinator was David Phelan and Gar Duffy was on sound. Arena with Sean Rocks is on the way after the news. But from us here at Drive Time until Monday at 4:30, have a great weekend.
RTE News on Radio 1 with Una O'Hagan. The Taoiseach Enda Kenny has urged management and unions at Dublin Bus to engage in talks in an effort to resolve the ongoing pay dispute. Tens of thousands of public transport users are again having to make alternative travel arrangements as workers stage the latest 48-hour work stoppage at Dublin Bus. Management has warned that the company will have lost €6 million by the end of tomorrow, pushing it into a financial deficit for the year. It's emerged that the Minister for Transport, Shane Ross, has received a detailed briefing on plans by Bus Éireann to restructure its loss-making Operation Expressway. It's understood that at a meeting with senior management, the Minister was given a more detailed outline of the proposals, including wage cuts and subcontracting. In a statement this evening, a spokesperson for Minister Ross said that at the meeting, the detailed plan was not discussed, and at no stage did the Minister convey any agreement. A solicitor for the family of the Sinn Féin official Dennis Donaldson has said they do not believe the IRA killed him or that the shooting in County Donegal was sanctioned by the party's president, Gerry Adams. Mr Adams has denied the claim, which was made in the BBC Spotlight programme broadcast earlier this week. Here's Brendan Wright of our Northern staff.
Kieran Shields, a lawyer for the Donaldson family, met the Garda Deputy Assistant Commissioner Derek Byrne and two other senior officers for an update on the progress of their investigation into the murder of Dennis Donaldson, who was shot dead in Donegal in 2006. Afterwards, Kieran Shields said that the one theme that came out of the meeting is that the theory that was being advanced by the BBC Spotlight programme that the killing was carried out by the Provisional IRA or sanctioned by Gerry Adams was absolute nonsense. Mr Shields says the family's view was that the claims just do not stand up and they do not marry with the lines of inquiry that have been progressed by the Gardaí. Brendan Wright, RTE News, Belfast.
A young boy is in a critical condition in hospital after falling from an apartment in Edenderry in County Offaly this morning. It's understood that a passing motorist came to the boy's aid after witnessing the fall. Gardaí are said to be treating the incident as an accident.
RTE Radio 1 weather with Aer Lingus. With US Customs and Border pre-clearance in Dublin and Shannon, when Smart wants to save time flying transatlantic, Smart flies Aer Lingus.
Persistent and heavy rain in the west and southwest tonight with the risk of thunder and localised flooding. Scattered outbreaks of rain further east, mild and windy with lowest temperatures 12 to 14 degrees. There's a warning of southerly gales or strong gales this evening and tonight on all Irish coastal waters and the Irish Sea. And that's all for now. There'll be news again at 8.
Thank you very much, Una. Tonight on Arena, it's movies and albums with a new version of The Magnificent Seven and a 12-album box set from David Bowie, Under the Microscope.
Ahead of the weekend's racing action, and Damien Lawler will be here too to cast an eye over Sunday's ladies' senior football final at Croke Park, and Liam Nash, as I say, will be marking your cards. Sit back, settle down. If you want to get in touch, we're on Twitter at GameOn2FM, or as I say, by text, we're on 51552. So we've two live pieces of action into our programme tonight. The Pro 12 is resuming very shortly indeed. Leinster are back in action. They're just down the road at the RDS. The packed house is hoped for despite the double bus strike. They've Jonathan Sexton back in the fold too. Maybe he didn't need a bus to get there. They have the visit of the Ospreys. Let's head there and say hello, Michael Corcoran.
I've put this one in context for you. As I said there, I mean, it's a very welcome return for Johnny Sexton from the starting team. And having said that, if you look at his opposite number, it's Dan Bigger, Welcher half. So that matchup alone is absolutely terrific. And before I say anything else, I will say it's a really special night for the Ospreys captain, Alan Wynne-Jones, making his 200th appearance for his team. You know, Surplus and the Jim Pastor actually the winner, the Canadian Winners' League, his 50th. But the way. Their only defeat against them in their last 9 games was in April 2014. So both teams absolutely chopped off with seasoned internationals. Then Kirshner at fullback on the Lindsay Keogh, one for the one after the team captain. Easton and Dave on the right wing, Dave Kearney at the left wing, and Jonathan Sexton on outside half. People are certainly given the return of the home run, and I think it's chances of being there or thereabouts in terms of the Murray in their team this year. But then you look at mentioning Conor Murray, one of the fellows who could be listening with him for Alliance journey at the end of the year is the Welsh man Chris Webb, who started this evening for the Ospreys at number 9.
in the UK or Scotland and try out once more. And I think the crucial thing here is, imagine the arsenal of information that he goes cross-channel with now. He knows the mistakes that he's made. I mean, he came into a club where, you know, players are easy enough to fall out with too. I think he'll have made some mistakes. He'll be much better prepared. Now, here's the thing. He could very, very well go over to a club that will not have the resources that Dundalk have, because Dundalk have made serious money this season, and they look like a club that are going to pump it back into their own outfit as well. So maybe like Darren Horgan, maybe he's content staying there for just a while longer, but I certainly wouldn't see any reason.
You named Jack Richie Towell there. He can't even get a game in the League Cup for Brighton. He can't even get on the bench for Brighton. Is it time for Richie Towell to say, well...
No, I don't think so. I think he's injured at the moment, and from what I believe, fitness was the issue when he went over there straight away. He went over towards the tail end of the season where Brighton were pushing for promotion, and I think even though the wheels came off the wagon, he only featured very, very late on and possibly out of position as well from when I saw him. I'm a little bit surprised he hasn't worked his way into the first team squad or the team over the pre-season, but that has been the case. I believe he picked up an injury fairly soon into the pre-season, Siobhan, and I suppose it's a little bit concerning in a way that our best player here, skill-wise, can't cut it at championship level over there yet, but I wouldn't be taking him away now. I'd be giving him a little bit more time there to settle, because really and truly we've seen him with players like Roy O'Donovan going over to Sunderland, and maybe they got an early shot at it, it didn't work out, and they just drifted then off into loan territory and went off playing in Australia and stuff like that. I think Towell, for his own sake, should give it a season, see can he cut it, and then make his next move.
Alright, I don't think we've managed to get John Kenny back on the line as yet. We'll come back and we'll talk ladies football and more soccer after this break.
The Renault Clio packs a lot of punch, but what hits you first isn't the aircon, sat-nav or cruise control. No, the most striking thing about the Clio is the APR on finance, because it's 0% APR. Get down to your local dealer before September 30th for 0% APR on a brand new Renault Clio. Renault, passion for life. Spec standard from Dynamique, trim level. Finance is made under a hire purchase agreement. Terms and conditions apply. Deposit required. Subject to lending criteria. See Renault.ie.
Is your life worth €10? It's impossible to predict how a badly repaired vehicle will react in a crash. Cartel.ie, Ireland's first vehicle history check, has been tracking write-offs in Ireland and the UK since 2006, and is the world's first cross-border write-off database, protecting thousands of drivers and motor dealers. Check your next used car with Cartel. We check for write-offs, finance, mileage, imports, ex-taxis and alerts from as little as €10. You find the car, we tell the story. Local 1890 252 331. Cartel.ie.
The 2FM Christmas Ball in aid of the ISPCC. This year it's going to be even bigger. Go! December 3rd, 3 Arena. Colour Line.
Siobhan Madigan in the seat once more this evening. I think we have re-established connection with Oriel Park. John, we lost you in mid-flow.
That's never a good thing. Yeah, I was mentioning already that they've drawn, of course, with John McGrovers on Tuesday here. The game we saw live on RTE television. The Dundalk's incredibly busy end of season continues tonight. It's going to be a difficult game against Derry City, who themselves are pushing for Europe. Dundalk lying 5 points ahead of second place Cork City there in Sligo tomorrow. But they're playing a game more. But the meeting of the top two now rescheduled for Tuesday, the 11th of October. There's still a lot to play for before the 2016 title is decided. Tonight's game live on RT2 television as well. Derry lost 5-0 to Stephen Kenny's side at the Brandywell back in July, and they will be hoping, obviously, not to be as bad again. They'll provide stiff opposition tonight. 7:45 kickoff here, and it'll be interesting to hear probably after the game, Siobhan, about the perhaps disappointment in Dundalk circles about the fact that nobody from their squad has made the Republic of Ireland squad for the upcoming World Cup qualifiers. Martin O'Neill cited Dundalk's schedule as an excuse for not picking the likes of Darrell Horgan, the exciting Dundalk winger, instead. choosing players from Barnsley and Brentford and Falkirk. Make of that what you will. Anyway, hopefully we get to talk to some of the interested parties after the game tonight. Near full programme of games on tonight outside of here. Bows against Longford, Finn Harps against St. Pat's, Shamrock Rovers against Galway, Wexford against Bray. We hear that Lee Chin is going to start tonight for Wexford, the Wexford hurler, making his debut tonight for Wexford Youths. And as I mentioned earlier on in the piece, Cork City second place there in Sligo tomorrow night.
All right, John, thanks very much. We'll check in with you, as I say, just like with Michael Corcoran before the end of the programme, and perhaps you'll have news of some action. So a busy night domestically in the Electricity League. Let's turn our attention to Gaelic games, and it's ladies' weekend, as they say, at Croke Park. Damien, the big one is Dublin and Cork, but there's two other games as well.
Yeah, there's two other games. I actually think the intermediate final, Kildare and Clare, that'll be a cracker. There's never anything between those sides, and Alan Barry's done a good steady job with Kildare, and Clare play great football. I've been watching them on TG Carter for most of the season, and I think that could actually be the game of the day. Longford and Antrim is going to be an interesting one in the junior as well. I think John Kenny actually is doing the commentary for that for us here in RTE, and interesting you saw there today where the Longford ladies team are sponsored by Declan Nerney, who's going to be making a surprise appearance in Croke Park. So I would feel that Sunday's about one thing primarily starting off, and that's to try and break the record. There's a 33,000 attendance record in ladies football finals set back in 2001 when Mayo were at their pomp. I think the hope is that this year they'll break that, maybe get 35,000. And I suppose, Siobhan, one of the first things I will say about this is that doesn't happen by accident. I don't know if you noticed this year, but the amount of promotion and marketing and advertising, Lidl have followed on from TG Carter in sponsorship. They've pumped in €1 million this year, and to be quite frank about it, you can see the signs all around the country. You know, they've really hyped up this one, and from a senior final perspective, I don't think you can get much of a bigger draw. I think you're talking about a Cork ladies football team that, you know, have etched their name in history. They're going for six successive, but 10 out of 11 is absolutely incredible. And then they're up against the Dublin team, and the only question whether Dublin can win or not is mentally, are they strong enough? And they've put the work in. Gregor McGonigal is making a 4-hour round trip from Antrim down to Dublin. They've 170 training sessions done. Gym work, nutrition, diet, all off to a T. And they're trying to stay as busy as they possibly can this week in an attempt to get over the line against their arch rivals. And they've been beaten by 1 point, 2 points. Famously in 2014, I think they were nearly 10 points out the gap.
10 points up with a few minutes.
I'm sure you were there that day working, and they were out the gap, and I actually turned off the TV and said that's them home and hose, but they've lost it. And Cork have done that on 2 previous occasions, and I think that the aura of the Cork team, it's a bit like the New Zealand, the All Blacks, it's a bit like the Kilkenny hurling team up to this year. You have to beat them mentally, and you have to play for over the final whistle to try and get over the line with them, but it's really fascinatingly set up.
You say that the growing reputation of ladies football has the domination then of Cork somewhat taken away from it, because people are going to say, oh,
yeah,
Cork
they
again.
are, but not really, because, you know, for the last 4 finals they've only won by a point, you know, no more than 2 points, so that gives every other team the carrot of trying to push forward. And you've seen with Wexford ladies and Tipperary ladies, they're trying to get to the mark that Cork set. You're seeing Mayo, how narrowly defeated they were in the semi-final, Sinead Ahern's last minute free kick, and how desperate they are to get back into the winners' enclosure. So I do take what you're saying there, and no domination is good for any sport, and Cork are in the middle of a domination. But here's the thing, those girls were hammered in the early stages of their careers by Kerry, Waterford, even Clare, and I think players like possibly Breach Corkery and Breach Stack, who are going for their 11th medal, I think, they've seen the dark days, and they've seen the hammerings from years back. So you can't blame them for getting greedy and getting selfish and not wanting to relinquish what they now have. But you're right, as a sport, I'd say the sponsors and the outsiders would probably like to see new blood coming in on the Hogan stand on Sunday. But they're going to have one hell of a battle, because Ethan Fitzgerald is taking over from Eamon Ryan. He's brought in James Masters. He's left a couple of the background team there, but they're still Cork. You know, there's only 2 or 3 new players, and Hannah Lucy was dropped this week as well.
They've only lost once in 11 years.
Yeah, and the other thing too is Breach Stack and Breach Corkery, they've played in every single minute of every single All-Ireland final they've played in. So like their resilience is incredible. It's going to take a huge effort from Dublin to get over them on Sunday.
Elsewhere this week, I suppose the big story was Davies' departure from Clare. Was this signposted, or...?
Yeah, it was, yeah. I think that after the Galway game, they went down with a whimper that day, to be honest with you. And first of all, he's had 5 years at it. He's delivered an All-Ireland title, delivered a first National League hurling title in 38 years. The 2013 season was unexpected because, really and truly, they led Cork on a merry dance forward-wise, even though there was nothing between the two teams that day, and they brought the forward play to a new level. But they've regressed since then. There's no point in saying otherwise. They've probably... I think Davy would have seen the talent he had in the forward line, possibly wondered could his defence hold other teams out and set up ship with that in mind. And I think the Clare public have got fed up with it, and they got impatient, probably a better word. And I think that he made a huge move last year, Siobhan, to bringing in Donal Cusack and bringing back Paul Kinnerk. I'm not sure if Kinnerk had as much influence this time around. I'm not sure how happy the players were with that. And I believe when they met at the Clare Inn, there's certainly no animosity with the players towards the management, but 6 or 7 of them would have indicated that if they wanted change. And in fairness to Davy, he's after sparing the county civil war.
But that's it, he has to be respected for going without...
Yeah, and I'd say he didn't want to go, and I wouldn't blame him because he probably felt he could turn it around again. But now it's I suppose for Clare to peak next year, they're going to need a good, strong pre-season, and they have a chance of getting that now, because if they appoint the right management team, and it could either be Jerry O'Connor and Donal Maloney, or it could be Anthony Daly, but I think it'll be one of those parties. They now have a chance to come in and put their own stamp on it. But I think Davy's now a victim of his own high standards and a victim of the expectations that he created through his success, because they see a golden age of hurlers coming through, possibly the greatest ever under-21 team of all time, never mind just in Clare. 3 teams producing players off that production line, and I would feel that the Clare public wanted more, and they wanted it now, and a league final isn't good enough, a league title isn't good enough, because in the championship they were listless to an extent against Waterford, and listless in the game against Galway as well.
The public wants Jerry, Donal Maloney and Jerry. We've seen in the past co-management teams don't work.
No, they don't.
What's going to make this one work?
There's a humility about those two for a start anyway, that I've interviewed the two of them for a book I wrote a couple of years ago called Fields of Fire, and I remember leaving the two of them, or just chatting to them for maybe a couple of hours, whatever, and I was so impressed because they're extremely successful businessmen. They mightn't even take it, by the way. Time is a huge issue for those two because they do a lot of travelling internationally as well. And I remember leaving Jerry in Galway where I interviewed him, and I spoke to Donal on the phone for a few hours. Just so impressed with him because they make sure that all their players are set up career-wise. Are they in college? Are they doing the right courses? If they're not doing the right courses, they facilitate change, and they really have a holistic approach to management. And to answer your question, humility, an absolute downright, I suppose, belief in the players is what will keep those two together, because they have no ego from what I can see at all. And that's one reason that a joint management team can work. But you're dead right. In a lot of instances we've seen where joint management teams have absolutely capitulated.
Now, if they do come in, success is going to be demanded immediately because of what's gone before.
Straight away. And everybody sees the great Kilkenny throne starting to dismantle a little bit, or certainly that's the perception. And Clare will feel, right, Tipperary are there now, Waterford are close to them, we're as good as Galway, we're as good as Tipperary, we can challenge Kilkenny, and I think you're right, there'll be an instant demand there, and there's so many young players coming through at the right time. It's not always the most healthy thing to have, Siobhan. Sometimes if you've got the likes of Bugler and a few more like him who are experienced, and a group of young cubs coming in, that's fine, but a lot of these guys are scattered of the same age, and it's not going to be an easy job for whoever comes in. And certainly they won't get the freedom that they got at 21. They definitely won't, and strength and conditioning and all that will have gone up a level or two. But they have what no other county has. They have an array of forwards that walk into any team, and they've got a great chance.
The footballers in Mayo and Dublin are back to square one again. Did you enjoy last Sunday's game?
I did, yeah. I enjoyed the build-up as well. I don't know if Stephen Rochford did, because everywhere he went there was a former Mayo player throwing more fuel on the fire. You know, even this night last week we were talking about the rumours that Jim McGuinness had been down with the...
thrown in there.
Yeah, and like that never happened. I got a text very soon after the show. Then you had the incident in the tunnel, and then you had all the reportage of Jimmy Guinness, which was all around the place. It was on Independent.ie, it was on rival radio shows, all this sort of stuff. I have to say, the weather made a complete box of it, but I really enjoyed it. I thought it was ferocious, and when your own county's not involved, you can actually sit back and you can have a bit of a chuckle at the nerves going around you, because the tension was so high, the weather was beautiful, the roar of the crowd actually. I haven't quite heard that in quite some time. I would feel that Mayo vastly outnumbered Dublin on the day. I don't know, would you agree?
I would, yeah, absolutely. Both teams are the best two supported teams in the country. It showed. And the split on the hill as well, you know, it kind of gave Mayo an edge.
Yeah, certainly, and you had pockets of red and green everywhere, but the roar when Mayo got going in the comeback was something like I haven't heard in Croke Park for quite a while. What did I enjoy most of all? I enjoyed Dean Rock not letting the game get away from him. He was taken off in the All-Ireland final last year, and he had a horrible job being a free taker in conditions like that. And the pitch was greasy, no question of that. And he was kicking from outside a comfortable range on the day. But he didn't let the game go away from him. He went chasing that game, and that's the maturity of the guy 12 months later. I really enjoyed watching that. I really enjoyed Cillian O'Connor trying to engineer the space to get onto his right boot to shoot that equaliser from so far out on a day like that, with the conditions so unforgiving. I don't know how he got the time or space to do that. I enjoyed Donny Vaughan bursting forward, getting a couple of points.
That was the surprise of the game.
Yeah.
The freedom and space that he was
The freedom and space, and I have to say, Paul Mannion made a huge impact for me when he came on, only he was further back the field than the Dublin management team would have liked. Kieran Kilkenny's role, Siobhan, like he was back playing nearly full back there at one stage, and I think his strikes on goal have gone down by about 40% in 2 years, simply because he's playing in a different position, but he's actually pulling all the strings now, himself and Keane Sullivan, if you look at it carefully enough. So to answer your question, I got a huge kick out of it. I was delighted when it was brought for the draw match, because we get to do it all over again now.
Where'll it be won and lost next week then?
Croke Park. Where we would have lost. God, it's a great question. I mean, there's a myth out there that the Dublin bench is stronger than anybody else's, and certainly now I think Paddy Andrews will start the next day around. Oh God, that's a tough one. There's so many little internal battles going on. It won't be Lee Keegan or Dermot Connolly anyway, because they've completely cancelled themselves out. I think Mayo might get a goal or two the next day. I think the look could turn, and maybe it might go.
In the right net.
yeah. Well, I mean,
they put two in the wrong net and almost a third.
Did you ever see anything like it in all your life? And if somebody out there doubts it was a curse, you'd be wondering at this stage, really, you know.
Well, like in the past, if that happened to a Mayo team, it totally derailed them and they faded. So you know they have improved mentally.
Yeah, and
we talked about Dublin earlier.
They have improved, and I mean, I don't know what you were hearing after that game, but I was hearing everything like, Dublin haven't turned up. They'll turn up the next day and they'll blow Mayo out of it. I disagree with that. I think Mayo are going to get huge belief, and I think they'll come back even stronger. And I was talking to a few of their players after the final whistle, Siobhan, and they were pretty animated and they're ready to go again. The fitness levels are absolutely extraordinary.
All right, we have another week of the build-up, and I'm sure we'll be touching on it once more again next week. Let's turn our attention now to international soccer. The Republic of Ireland manager Martin O'Neill has finally put pen to paper on his new contract with the FAI today. The deal was agreed upon months ago, and despite numerous opportunities to seal the deal, it wasn't done. Today, when he announced his squad for the upcoming World Cup qualifiers with Georgia and Moldova, the Derryman finally confirmed that he had signed on the dotted line, as has his entire backroom staff, including his assistant manager Roy Keane. Martin O'Neill has been speaking today with Tony O'Donoghue.
I've not signed it, but I think that John was pretty comfortable with it once we shook hands on the deal, and so there was no major reason, no stumbling block. Nothing has changed since we agreed on the deal. So it wasn't a matter of fumbling around looking for something else. It wasn't a matter of changing the contract. The contract remained exactly the same, and I suppose maybe that is true. If something happened to me or something like that there, then you end up not having a contract. I mean, I'm talking in terms of health or something like that. That might be the only issue. But in terms of agreeing with someone and shaking hands on it, which we did before the Euros, I had no reason to change.
That's the views of Martin O'Neill speaking earlier today. Kevin Palmer is on the line. Kevin, good evening.
John, how you doing?
In recent weeks, Martin has been linked with a number of club opportunities. He declined to tell us today whether those links had turned into official approaches. Would you be surprised if they hadn't?
I'd be surprised if Hull hadn't been in touch. I mean, there was a lot of talk about Hull joining the race to sign up Martin O'Neill, and I think in a way we may never know now until if Martin ever does a book, which he may not do, but why this delay has happened. I mean, this deal was agreed in June, grand announcement during the Euros and the build-up to the Euros, and we all thought anytime soon, this was going to be done. And last month when we went into the World Cup qualifiers without it being done, there was certainly, intrigue and debate over why this deal hadn't been signed. I mean, the one thing you would say is that Martin O'Neill is a man who's done this kind of thing before. He kind of works on a rolling contract in a lot of the jobs he's been in, so it's not a major surprise that we're in this position. But I think to get to this stage, it might be that he was keeping his options open. There wouldn't have been any compensation to pay to the FAI potentially if Hull had come in and wanted to sign him, but clearly he's not going to get the job at Hull. There's nothing else particularly coming up in the Premier League in the near future, so he's obviously decided to commit, and to be fair, even though the performance wasn't great, that first point that we've picked up in Serbia is a good start to the campaign. It gives us something to build on.
Two new faces in the squad. It is a provisional squad. Conor Hourihane has been attracting the eye and the Championship Player of the Month for August, doing quite well with Barnsley.
He is, and we're always interested to see new faces coming into the squad. The one name that kind of stood out for me is a pal of mine, Kevin Doyle. I don't think he was expecting a call out in Colorado. He's actually injured at the moment, so I'm not too sure if Martin or the FAI are aware of that situation. They've called a player who probably isn't going to be able to play, and to be fair, Kevin is still kind of not quite sure what happened in the summer when he was waiting to find out whether he was in the Euro squad. But any new player that comes into the island setup is good at the moment in terms of we haven't got a lot of backup talent. And Martin was speaking to the Sunday journalism boys today, Sunday newspaper boys, some good quotes to read in the Sunday World and Sunday Independent this weekend about the lacking kind of depth of the squad now and how we're running out of sort of Premier League stars to select from. And he's also launched a staunch defence of his playing style and how he's gone about the job. So it's a good read on Sunday. It's well worth looking in on, and Martin was in good form today with the press.
Yeah, he seemed to be. Brentford striker Scott Hogan has been one that has seemingly been on his radar for the last couple of weeks. He's banging in the goals over there, 13 I think in 15 games, but he fell short of putting him in the squad this time around. It's hardly going to go like the way the Jack Grealish thing went. Surely Hogan is not quite on the English radar yet.
Not quite on that level if he's playing for Brentford, and even if he is doing well. I'm surprised in a way. I thought, to put Doyle back in maybe when he's not available is a bit of a strange decision. And then you look at a young lad, well, he's not that young, I think he's 24, Hogan, but a good player in form. We don't have many forward players that are really kind of making an impact, probably from the bench, which is what you'd be looking for someone like that to do. And bringing a bit of fresh blood in, I'm a big fan of Harry Arthur. I think he should be in the team now. And I think a young man like Hogan may be coming in with a bit of fresh impetus from the bench. Lack of goals is a big problem, and you want to pick a guy who's in form, even if he is playing at a lower level. I think, then why not get him in, give him a try, see what happens. There's nothing to lose, in the next game, which we should be looking to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's switch over to the Premier League. The early game tomorrow, Manchester United play against the champions Leicester. Strange day for Jose Mourinho on the British media.
Well, we spoke about this last week with Damien. Though I don't really know what Jose Mourinho is trying to do. He's taken on the world and his players and everybody, as he did again at Chelsea last year. It's 5 games into this season. The last thing he needs is to start creating wars with people, and he's kind of been showing up a little bit in the first 5-6 games of the season. Very early days, obviously, but Pep Guardiola, his great rival, has got Man City playing like a dream, and then up the road at Man United, you've got a guy who seems to be picking fights with everyone he can find, and there's something not quite right about Mourinho in the last year in terms of the way he handled the situation at Chelsea was very bizarre. It was almost like he wanted out of the thing by the end of it. I think, we're not at that stage yet, clearly. He's very committed to the Man United job. He desperately wanted this job, and he desperately wants it to work. But the way he's going about it, again, he's got such a surly, arrogant attitude to everybody at the moment. I just think, eventually he's going to have to change his ways, because it doesn't really fit with the modern game. A lot of people
very upset with the way he dealt with Luke Shaw after the Watford defeat. You know, young man who's coming back from a severe double broken leg last year, a horrific injury. He's worked his heart out in the gym on his own for hours on end. I've spoken to his personal physio. He's hired in to get him back to full fitness, and you know, for him to be sort of thrown under the bus by Mourinho after one mistake was pretty disgraceful. And you know, things like that don't do Mourinho any favours. I'm actually a big fan of Mourinho and have been for a long time, but you know, his behaviour on and off the pitch has long since become a little bit boring, and I thought he would change at Man United, but he hasn't done it, and he needs to start winning matches again to make sure everyone stays on side.
And it's not a given against Leicester tomorrow. Slimani came in the transfer window. He did well last week. He got 2 goals, I think, and you know, he can cause the United defence big problems tomorrow.
But Leicester have proved everybody wrong again already. I mean, they're winning football matches, and this is the kind of game I think that's suited for them. They like to play a sort of counter-attacking style with the quick players they've got up front. That the new striker inside alongside Vardy has made a big impact already, and with Mahrez and Vardy still there, why can't they go to Old Trafford and capitalise on United's uncertainty? And you know, what are they going to do at Wayne Rooney tomorrow? Should he play? I think Rooney shouldn't have been in the Man United team a long time ago. I think he's well past his best, and he's there on status rather than on merit, and that's not any way to pick a footballer for any team. And I would have Rashford into the team tomorrow ahead of Rooney, and I would say that would give United a little bit more dynamism. But there's errors in that defence at United. Mourinho's trying to blame other people for his defensive problems. He has to sort them out now, and I can see Leicester scoring at Old Trafford tomorrow, and if they score first, the nerves will kick in, everyone will be panicking, and you just wonder how it's going to go.
Yeah, don't forget our Punters Council, 51552, if you want to get involved a little bit later on in the programme. Kevin, Man City look pretty unbeatable so far, and they should have it very, very straightforward against Swansea.
Well, we say that, but I mean, early days, 5 games in, as we say, at the moment, everything's sailing along perfectly for Guardiola. But, you know, we've had this with Man City 2 or 3 times in recent years, where they've won the first 5 or 6 games, and everybody thinks they're unbeatable and they're going to run away with the title, and then the wheels fall off. But it does feel very different now that man Pep Guardiola is stood on the touchline. He looks like the sort of the talisman who can take them to the next level at last, and that, you know, I think they'll beat Swansea pretty comfortably. But the bigger tests kind of lie ahead for Man City, and the one thing you would say is the way they're playing, the manner they're playing, the confidence they've got, and the way he's going about his business. He's being as ruthless as Mourinho, but he's doing it almost with a smile, which is what Mourinho's kind of forgotten how to do. I think the one thing I've questioned about Mourinho this week, I did a piece in Independent, i.e. was asking, has he lost his kind of skill to deal with the media? He used to be the master at having us guys on the end of a string in a press conference. We're all waiting for his every breath, but now there's kind of a weariness of the way he goes about it, and while Guardiola kind of handles everything in a very professional way, Mourinho's starting to look a little bit childish in the way he goes about things, and the contrast between the two will go on all season, and at the moment it's definitely Guardiola in the lead.
Yeah, he's certainly lost patience with Yaya Toure. Will he keep it with company who's crocked again?
Well, you know, Yaya Toure's agent has now come out with more abuse for Pep Guardiola tonight, so that's going to add to the excitement up there. And you know, you'd be surprised if Yaya Toure plays again. I mean, he will stick with company, but company has admitted that his body's kind of failing him, and I think every time he plays at the moment, it's a problem. And you wonder how many games he's going to be able to play this season. John Stones has come in and will be their main central defender, I think, from this point forward, and it's a real tragedy in a way, because company's, you know, amid all the big spending at Man City, he's the one player you kind of look to and respect as being there for all the right reasons down the years. And you know, a real shame if he is cropped long term. But you know, if he can get 20 games out of this season, then I think he's doing well. And I don't think Guardiola will give up on him. It's just a question of trying to get him back for big games if he's available.
The big game tomorrow evening is Chelsea and Arsenal. Still no John Terry. David Luiz doesn't exactly inspire confidence. And has Cesc Fabregas put forward his name again for selection? 2 goals in midweek?
He has, but you know, I don't think Antonio Conte wants him in his team, and I think that's been fairly obvious from day one. Whether it's his decision, I've got a theory it might have come from above. He was kind of quite allegedly prominent in the downfall of Mourinho last year, and a few people at Chelsea weren't too impressed with the way he went about things, and I wonder whether he'll be there long term. If he's not playing in January, he'll have to go, and you know, he's on massive wages. He's one of their star players. I don't think he'll be back in the team tomorrow, but what a game to look forward to. I mean, the evening kick-off, Arsenal-Chelsea, without the Mourinho-Wenger spat, which we've had in the last 24 hours with this bizarre book that's come out of quotes from Mourinho.
I'll smack him in the face.
Well, I mean, but Mourinho gave these quotes to a journalist kind of off the record. I speak to many players and managers off the record. I've spoken to a couple of Ireland players today, and what they would say is not meant to be for public consumption, and certainly not meant to be in a book. And I'm pretty sure Mourinho didn't want any of these words that have emerged today, calling Wayne Rooney fat boy and whatever else. I'm sure he doesn't want that in the public domain, but there they are, and we have to. That's the world of journalism now. I suppose the guy who wrote it felt he needed to do the book, and he'll do well out of it, I'm sure. But I don't think it's not what the game needs, and it's certainly not what Mourinho needs at this time when he's already having a few problems at Man United.
Klopp needs to contain the ambition, the expectation of Liverpool. You know, they've beaten Chelsea, Arsenal and Leicester so far this season.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely moving in the right direction. I think that the one big question, I work with John Aldridge on his column every week in the Sunday World, and John's big worry in a way is games like this. Will they be able to break down teams that will basically play a flat back 10, and will look to get a 0-0 draw at Anfield? In the past, these are the games that the last couple of years where Liverpool have really struggled to break them down. They're great when teams are coming at them and their front 4 or 5 can sort of dazzle them with their sort of Barcelona-style passing and movement. Can they do it when Hull are backs to the wall and desperately trying to hang on for a 0-0? They very nearly got a 0-0 against Man United a few weeks ago. This is the game. These are the games they have to sort of prove that they can take teams apart when they need to. And if they start winning these games, they've certainly shown in the last 2 years actually that they can beat the Arsenals and the Chelseas when they need to. So I think Liverpool definitely a team for the top 4 this year. I had them in there from the start, and these are the games they need to win, and I think they'll beat Hull tomorrow.
Kevin, stick with us, stick back. We'll come back to you for the Punters Council towards the end of the programme. Don't forget, if you want to get involved with the Punters Council, 51552. We'll be back shortly to talk golf and racing.
Top footballers work damn hard to earn the megabucks. They're always listening to clueless old men. You take Clonmel and giving Oscar-worthy performances.
Ow!
And providing in-depth post-match analysis. But it doesn't always have to be such hard work. Just download the Paddy Power app to find out about our goal scorer promotion, and you'll be hoping they get round to doing this.
はい、コネマラに入りました。コネマラナショナルパークで有名ですね。もう夜なんで暗いですけど、右側には壮大な羊飼いさんもいますし、リーネインっていう綺麗な僕の、穴場がありますけれども、今日はもうラウンドストーン、バウロンの里ラウンドストーンに向かいます。もう夜の8時近いんでこのままラウンドストーンに向かいます。クリフデンもう近いですけど、コネマラのまさにこの辺がコネマラナショナルパーク。夜ですいませんということで、晴れてるとすごい綺麗なところです。コネマラ地方入りました。
Season points on the board for Jonathan Sexton at the RDS. Back down to Michael Corcoran.
Yeah, Siobhan, it's only taken him 4 minutes in fact, but he can thank everybody else because Leinster have made a pretty decent start. The penalty from Johnny Sexton after 4 minutes of the game, they lead by 3 points to 0. A pretty lively start by both teams, and it must be said both scrum halves, both Luke McGrath and Rhys Webb, absolutely fizzing the ball around the place, and there's a huge pep in the step of the Leinster players, and quite a few of them trying their level best to get used to the passing of Johnny Sexton, who looks as if he's been playing for the last 6 weeks, to be perfectly fair about it, not missing for the last while. But Leinster with a pretty decent start, under pressure initially from the Ospreys, but they made a good incursion inside the 22-metre line. The referee, Marius Betray, given a penalty against the Ospreys inside the 22-metre line. Sexton with his first successful kick of goal of the season. 11 minutes gone. It's Leinster who lead by 3 points to 0.
Michael, thanks very much. Glasgow and Ulster are scoreless. Treviso and the Dragons also in action this evening. In golf, the Frenchman Alexander Levy leads at the European Open in Germany in golf. He's 6 shots clear of Martin Keimer on 17 under par. However, bad light forced them off before the end of the second round could be completed. Keimer is on 11 under. He's just got the 18th to play. He's playing this weekend, of course, ahead of the Ryder Cup action this week. He started out on the 10th hole today and was 4 under after 5 holes. He's just had 1 bogey on his card today, so things looking a little bit rosier for the form of Martin Keimer, but certainly Alexander Levy is the man to catch. Thomas Peters is playing with Keimer today on the request of Darren Clark. He's some distance back though, back on 3 under par. He too will have to return in the morning. Paul Dunn not yet sure of his card for next year. He's the leading Irishman, 10 holes into his second round. He's 5 under for his round and 6 under for the tournament. So he will comfortably make the cut there. Across the pond, the big money on offer is at the Tour Championship in Atlanta. Bubba Watson is the world number 7. He's in action there. He's hoping to get that final spot, of course, on the US Ryder Cup team. Well, he's 3 over par midway through his second round of the tournament. The leader there is Dustin Johnson. He's been the leader more or less throughout the second part of the season. He's level after 4 holes of his second round, 4 under par, sharing the lead now with his co-first round leader Kevin Chappell. As for Rory McIlroy, he hasn't had the greatest of starts today. He had 3 bogeys inside of 7 holes. That left him 3 over for the day. He's got 1 back at the, in fact he was 3 over after 5. He got 1 back at the 6th, and that has brought his score back. He's a little bit of a distance though behind Dustin Johnson. Excuse me. Rory McIlroy is on level par. He's on level par overall, 2 over for his round after 6. Dustin Johnson and Kevin Chappell, the men to catch. In racing, there is action on both sides of the channel this weekend. Liam Nash is on the line now. Good evening, Liam. Liam, over the next couple of weeks, I suppose, we have a host of major 2-year-old races which will prove key to next year's classics. The first one, I suppose, to look at is the Cheveley Park Stakes for the fillies at Newmarket tomorrow, where we'll see the most exciting filly we've seen all season, the American-trained Lady Aurelia.
Absolutely. I love this part of the season for that reason, seeing these 2-year-old races. But you mentioned Lady Aurelia. I've never seen a Royal Ascot winner win like she did. Admittedly, it was over 5 furlongs. They run over 6 tomorrow. But in the meantime, she won on very heavy ground at Deauville at the Primoni over 6 furlongs. I think she's really special, but she come up against 2 very decent fillies tomorrow in Queen Kindly and Roly Poly. They were first and second in the Lother in the past couple of weeks, and they, to me, look really good fillies as well. So it's going to be a cracker, but Lady Aurelia shows so much speed. I hope she'll win that tomorrow because, as I said to me, she was absolutely brilliant when she won at Ascot.
The Middle Park Stakes is the Colts equivalent. Is Blue favourite the one to beat here?
Yeah, the Middle Park, I don't think it's the greatest race for the Middle Park, but it's decent, it's fairly solid. A lot of people kind of amazed that Ryan Moore chose Peace Envy instead of Intelligence Cross for Aidan O'Brien. Peace Envy is solid, so is Memas, who has been in all these races throughout the year, but the one I like is Blue Point. I know Memas beat it at Goodwood, but I think Blue Point didn't handle that course that well, and he went on to win the Gimcrack easily, and I think he's one of the bets of the weekend, Blue Point in that Middle Park.
And a cracking card at the Curragh on Sunday.
Yeah, and particularly the 2-year-old races. In the CL Well race, I bring it down to 2, is Zira, who was second to Sea of Change in what I thought was a really good Flame of Tara race. And the other one I think that'll really push her is the English trained filly by Charlie Appleby, Grecian Light. That one's second in the Mayhill at Doncaster is working out very well. I think it'll be very close between the two of them. But in the Beresford, Aidan O'Brien has won this thing 15 times. And he has 4 out of the 7 tomorrow, but the one I particularly like is Capri. I really love this colt. I think this fella could go on to really bigger things. One at Galway, one at Tipperary, and I think he's again one of the bets of the weekend. And don't forget the Peak 6 is worth $1 million at the Curragh, or will be worth $1 million at the Curragh on Sunday. So anyone playing on the tote is potentially able to win €1 million this weekend.
All right, Liam, and just briefly a word on Colin Murphy's decision to hand in his training licence at the end of the season.
Yeah, a very strange one, and it's disappointing. A very good career. Everyone will associate him with the training of Brave Inca, but it'll just tell you, for smaller trainers who don't have flagship horses, Siobhan, it's very hard to keep the show on the road.
All All right, Liam, thanks for that. Stay with us. We're going to come to our Punters Council. Just a couple of scores to give you. As you heard from Michael a couple of moments ago, Leinster leading the Ospreys by 3 points to 0 down at the RDS. Johnny Sexton with a penalty. Well, Paddy Jackson has matched that achievement at Scotstoun. Ulster are 3 points up against the Glasgow Warriors, and we're still waiting for a breakthrough goal in the Airtricity League this evening. Turning to our Punters Council this Sunday, following the success of last year's inaugural event, the Pieta 100 cycle will be at 10 locations. 1,450 people saddled up last year, raising just shy of €100,000 for Pieta House. And on this Sunday, you can have the opportunity to be part of what is now a permanent fixture in the fundraising calendar. If you need to get any more details, log on to www.pieta100cycle.com. And tonight's Punters Council, we're going to play for Pieta House. So, Liam, we'll give you first dibs.
Yeah, I'm going for third time lucky in the Cambridgeshire. Maybe madness, there are 35 runners, but I think this fella has a really good chance. I think he's drawn relatively okay, so it's third time lucky for Richard Fahey and Adam McNamara each way in the Cambridgeshire for me.
Glad to say we're joined as always by Leon Blanche of Boyle Sports. Leon?
Good evening, Siobhan. How are you? Yeah, look, this horse, 9 to 1 chance. I think Liam is absolutely bonkers tipping up something in this contest, but maybe he'll prove it wrong. But we'll enhance it out to 12 to 1 because it's for a wonderful cause.
And it's 5 places, Leon, isn't it?
Of course, Liam. You know ourselves at Boyle Sports, we always pay that extra place.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kevin Palmer is still with us. Kevin?
So I'm going for a treble in the Premier League. Man United to win home to Leicester. Not a certainty by any means. Tottenham to win away at Middlesbrough without Harry Kane, maybe slight doubts there. And I'm going for my man Alan Pardew to get a win at Sunderland. And now that's got to be the bet to go for if we want to win the money with charity, doesn't it?
Well, that treble, Kevin, works out around about 17 to 2. Right. But because it's such a fantastic cause, as I said, over the island, that's 10 to 1 for your treble. Which is very, very generous indeed. You're getting an extra 2.5 points.
Not too bad. Producer Andrew?
Siobhan, I think that...
hold on to your chairs here, lads.
Yeah. I think Kevin's mad to go for Man United at home against Leicester.
Yeah,
I'm going to go for Liverpool at home to Hull. Spurs without Harry Kane will still have too much for Middlesbrough. Man City away to Swansea. Arsenal at home to Chelsea. I think they have enough there. And the Cork ladies, Liam, would you disagree with that? They'll beat the Dublin ladies.
There is certainty.
There you have it.
Well, at least he has one certainty, Liam, in the Cork ladies. But it works out at 12 to 1. Because Andrew has never got one of these 5-timers right, he will eventually.
Won't be this weekend.
You can go 20 to 1 for Andrew's 5-timer. I'm going to keep it fairly simple. It is $2,000 if you click. I'm going to go for Sadio Mane. He'll be back in the Liverpool team tomorrow. I'm going to Anfield. I fully expect him to start. I think he'll score first. It's 4 to 1. I'll make it a 7 to 1 chance for Pieta House.
Yeah, I think that's about the standout of them all. 35 runners in the Cambridgeshire is a bit much. I think, Kevin, you were a close second, but Leon, we'll go with you and we'll wish Pieta House all the best. That's all we have time for. Enjoy your sporting weekend. Good evening.
Hear it, see it, live it. Live across the nation, this is RTE2FM.
Good evening, I'm Fintan Duffy. Management at Dublin Bus have warned that the company will have lost €6 million by the end of tomorrow's strike action. 3 further days of strikes are planned for next week in the company's pay dispute, with 10 more before the end of October. Richard Guiney from the Dublin Town Business Group says a resolution is needed quickly as traders are losing out on millions of euro worth of sales.
The city centre is losing roughly about €2.5 million a day in sales, and you know, as we move on closer to Christmas, trade actually does start increasing. If we start getting into November, that's when trade really does pick up, and retailers basically have 6 weeks to make up their 35-40% of their annual turnover, about 90% of their profits made in that period. So we really do need a resolution, but we need a resolution very quickly.
A 53-year-old man is to be charged before the Special Criminal Court this evening. He was arrested on Wednesday in Carrickmacross in County Monaghan as part of an ongoing investigation into dissident Republican activity. A young boy is in a critical condition in hospital after falling from an apartment in County Offaly. The child, who is believed to be about 4 years of age, fell in the Granary Court area of Edenderry early today. Gardaí are treating the incident as an accident. An investigation is to be carried out into the circumstances surrounding the death of a patient at University Hospital Galway this week. It follows reports that an elderly woman died while waiting to be seen at the hospital's emergency department. It's understood the patient had a history of cardiac illness and was referred to the hospital by a GP. The weather forecast: persistent and heavy rain in the west and southwest tonight, with scattered outbreaks of rain further east. Lowest temperatures 12 to 14 degrees.
The TG Cahir All-Ireland Ladies Football Championship finals take place on Sunday, September the 25th in Croke Park. Antrim meet Longford in the junior decider at 11:45. The TG Cahir Intermediate final features Kildare and Clare at 1:45pm, and Cork and Dublin renew the rivalry in the TG Cahir Senior final at 4pm. Tickets available from tickets.ie, the Ladies Gaelic Football Association, and usual GAA outlets. Biggie Lynn in Croke Park, and help change the record.
The 2FM Christmas Ball in aid of the ISPCC. This year, it's going to be even bigger. Go! December 3rd, the Tree Arena. Please make some noise for the incredible Codaline. Academic, All Twins, Brian Deedy, Anya College, and the RTE Concert Orchestra. Tickets $39.50 on sale Thursday. 2FM Christmas Ball. 2FM. It's the National Chart Show. LeBron and Tracy.
Yes, Steve, August Bolton. Now you've had your fill of sport. Thank you to everyone in Game On. But now it's time for non-stop tunes. Erfag Ga or a Clig. As you just heard there, we've got the 2FM Christmas Ball coming up this December, and we're all incredibly proud of it and delighted to announce that Codaline are going to be headlining this year. So, with that in mind, I thought I'd play this tune to start off the show. Here they are, Kygo, featured on Kygo's tune Raging, right here on 2FM.
Dylan's Desire, and also plenty of funky stuff from people like Isaac Hayes, Tony Joe White, CeCe Peniston, Cheryl Lynn, and more after news.
RTE News on Radio 1 with Una O'Hagan. The Taoiseach Enda Kenny has urged management and unions at Dublin Bus to engage in talks in an effort to resolve the ongoing pay dispute. With a further day of strike action planned for Saturday, Dublin Bus has warned that the company will have lost €6 million by the end of tomorrow's strike. 3 further days of strike are planned for next week, with 10 more before the end of October. Earlier, SIP2 and the business group ISME called on the Minister for Transport, Shane Ross, to instruct management at Dublin Bus to enter negotiations without any preconditions. A 53-year-old man is to be charged before the Special Criminal Court this evening. He was arrested on Wednesday in Carrickmacross in County Monaghan as part of an ongoing investigation into dissident Republican activity. A solicitor for the family of the murdered Sinn Féin official Dennis Donaldson says they do not believe the IRA killed him or that the shooting was sanctioned by the Sinn Féin president Gerry Adams. The claims were made in a Spotlight programme on BBC Northern Ireland earlier this week. Solicitor Kieran Shields rejected the link being made to the IRA, saying it didn't tie in with the lines of inquiry that have been pursued by the Gardaí. A young boy is in a critical condition in hospital after falling from an apartment in Edenderry in County Offaly this morning. It's understood that a passing motorist came to the boy's aid after witnessing the fall. Gardaí are said to be treating the incident as an accident.
RTE Radio 1 weather with Aer Lingus. With direct flights to Hartford, Connecticut launching this September. When Smart wants to discover New England, Smart flies Aer Lingus.
Persistent and heavy rain in the west and southwest tonight with a risk of thunder and localised flooding. Scattered outbreaks of rain further east. Lowest temperatures 12 to 14 degrees. Wet and windy at first tomorrow, but drier weather will develop in the western half of the country by late morning. Rain continuing elsewhere, but clearing the east coast by evening. Highest temperatures 17 to 19 degrees. And there's a warning of southerly gales or strong gales this evening and tonight on all Irish coastal waters and the Irish Sea. And that's all the news for now.
Win with RTE. It's Debs season. Remember yours? Send us your throwback Debs picks to be in with a chance to win a fabulous overnight stay in a boutique hotel with dinner and drinks for you and a guest. Follow RTE on Facebook, Twitter or Instagram and use the hashtag RTEDebs. Win with RTE. Watch, listen, discover.
We are well up to speed. We are going places. We are building important connections. We are the driving force behind 225 million passenger journeys every year. We are helping to make Ireland's public transport network easy to find your way around. Download the free TFI Journey Planner app and real-time app, and you'll always have the most up-to-date travel information close to hand. Wherever you are, wherever you're going. Transport for Ireland. We are one.
So I was talking to my financial advisor about my business. I told him I keep meaning to organise a pension scheme for my staff, but who has the time, right? He advised me to make time. Otherwise, I'm breaking the law.
If you're an employer, you must give your staff access to an occupational pension scheme or a PRSA. Contact your financial or legal advisor to ensure you're compliant. The Pensions Authority regulates occupational pension schemes and PRSAs. Find out more at pensionsauthority.ie.
より約1万3000キロ離れています。カウンティゴールウェイ、バウロンの里とラウンドストーンに間もなく到着します。クリフデンから近いっちゃ近いんですけど、ちょっともっと入り江なんですよね。漁港っていう感じなんですけど、本当にゲールタクト、いわゆるアイルランドのゲール語を話す地域にゲールタクトになっています。で、今日はちょっと時間がなかったので急ぎ足でティベラリーから走ってまいりました。途中、休まないですね。リブリック、シャノン、エニス、ゴールウェイを通過しまして、たまにいるんで、最近ハイカー多いですけど、ピッチハイカーさせない方がいいっていうの約束なんですよ。それでトラブルが起きることを言って、悪いですけど僕は乗ってません。絶対に乗ってません。ラウンドストーンということで、明日は、いよいよマラキーカー、バウロンの世界に名だたるバウロンメーカー、マラキーカー。彼今クリフデンに家あるんですけどもね、僕はラウンドストーンが好きなんでラウンドストーンに宿を取りました。まもなくラウンドストーンに到着します。 ゲールタクト放送を聞きながらラウンドストーン、急に雨降ってきましたね。晴れてるとすごく綺麗なんですけど、ラウンドストーンを撮ってください。カウンティーゴールウェイラウンドストーン。